All right, what are we doing here? Look, it's a whole bunch of grand plans have come to naught today. I was going to do a whole bunch of video stuff, and I haven't finished any of it. I'm going to do a little bit of it now, back to making short videos for my cocktail channel. So I'm just going to quickly make one. Then I'll have a drink as well, which will be nice. I'm Megaleech and Luke and Strictly Sego. So I just need to add some ice to this and shake it like a Polaroid picture. Urban legend that does anything, by the way. The Polaroid people always wonder, where the hell did people get that idea that they should shake their Polaroid? Not necessary. And hi, Nettie. So, okay, I'm quickly going to go over here and shake this. So, I'm doing a variation on a tequila sunrise. This is an experiment, and I don't know how it'll work, so we shall see. I know I'm off camera at the moment. I'll be on camera again in just a second. Right. Now, strain this into that carefully. All right, so now I'll go back around here to where I'm on camera. I know that was all a bit mysterious, me doing stuff where you can, the fuck is going on here? Right, I'm gonna get tangled up. Oh, okay. Okay, bring this camera around here. And we're going to raise it back up a little. Now I'm going to make a quick talkie. Ooh, and I've got to fake the shaky too. But check it out. A more sophisticated version of Tequila Sunrise. It actually looks pretty good. Where's my Fian? I should take a photo of it. Actually, I should do a fucking garnish. All right. Bear with me as I muddle through this poorly planned out bit of video shooting. All right. Orange twist. Ooh, I think I have to open a new jar of cherries. Fortunately, I have a new jar of cherries. Kudos to me for forward thinking. There we go. That's a satisfying noise. Breaking the vacuum seal. Get a skewer. I'm going to do something a little bit tricky, which may or may not be successful. Put a cherry on the end. All right. All right. Take a little thumbnail-y photo of my cocktail. Actually, what am I talking about? All right. I'm just going to, this will be for Steve the bartender. Portrait. Ugh. All right. Okay. Again. Let's do this. For every season. Turn. Smells like summer. Yeah, it is. Smells that. Melvin goes to dinner. That sounds weird. It's not Melvin, son of Alvin. Speaking of classic exploitation, Alvin Purple. Good God. Australia, get your act together. What was that all about? Okay, so camera on. We're going to go quite wide. Going large. All right. Freeform, a 60-second script. Let's see how many takes this takes. Oof, here we are. The tequila sunrise is a drink that's popular because of how it looks, not how it tastes. Because face it, it's a horribly unbalanced cocktail with all that orange juice. So I thought, could we make a more sophisticated version without the orange juice? Let's try this. Into a rocks glass, put a bar spoon, around 5 mils of grenadine, and the same amount, a bar spoon of a red fruit-based liqueur, like creme de cassis or chambord. Put a nice bit of clear ice in there and put it aside, chill the glass for a while. Then in your shaker, we want 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of tequila. Then 1 ounce of, I've even forgotten what's in it. And also I said something really weird then. Under pressure, I forgot the basics. My old-fashioned tequila sunrise. Orange curacao, yeah. Okay. In the shake, next, in our shaker, we put 1.5 ounces or 3/4. Try that again. Next, in our shaker, we put 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of reposado tequila, then 3/4 ounce of orange curacao or an orange liqueur that you like, and finally, 1/2 ounce, 15 mils of lime juice. Add ice to our shaker, give it a good solid shake, and then strain that carefully over our ice because we want to try and create that sunrise effect in this drink. I thought I have to fake my shaking, sorry. See, now the terrible, terrible secret, people on YouTube lie all the time. It's editing, it's lies. Right. Okay, that's been suitably faked. And we actually got the nice sunrise effect. But how does it taste? Much better than a drink that's mostly orange juice. And you'll get that nice sweet treat at the end. Hope you try it. Hope you enjoy. Cheers. It's basically a margarita with something sweet at the bottom. As the actress said to the bishop. Alrighty. Put some things down. I might even do another short video tonight. We'll see. Her Ladyship of Expletives. Hello. Oh, I actually like that. If you actually have a live tree, take it down when it's dead and give it a Viking funeral. God, I can't even remember having a live tree, actually. Just plastic ones. I know, right? I've shattered the illusion, Strictly Sega, that my videos are all lies. Dirk, hello, g'day, how's it going? Okay, so this is actually good because it is basically a margarita. And margaritas are good. A little bit tart, a little bit earthy from the tequila, a little bit fruity from the orange curacao. And it's going to get sweeter as I go down because of that sweet stuff on the bottom. I think that was another actress said to the Bishop lines there. It's sweeter as I go down. Okay, I'm in that kind of mood tonight, obviously. I know. That was pretty gay, Dr. Abigail. So, if the budget have enough time to take care of it, you do get a live tree. But busy Christmas do the plastic. Is it echoey? Oh, okay. Let's check what microphone's being used. Audio. Thanks for the tip. It was picking up the audio from the fucking webcam. Let's put it on the right thing. Oh, no, I got a thing earlier going, your USB device has malfunctioned, and I didn't know what it was. It was obviously the microphone. So it should just be a case of unplugging it and then plugging it back in. Hopefully, because the Blue Yeti is a much better mic than the webcam. Oh, what's actually happening here? Is that USB port gone bye-byes? Oh no, it's on the Yeti now. Is it better? All right, I don't know. Hopefully that's better. I don't know why things would be more echoey than normal. You know what? I might even... Fuck it, I'm just going to stir that up and I'll have a red drink. No better. Okay, I literally have no idea. There's nothing about my setup that is different to what it would normally be. Unless I do this. Is that any better? I don't know if that's any better. You want all the booze? I've got all the booze. Yeah, I don't know if that's any better now that I actually changed one of the settings. Might make it better. Oh man, that's actually quite yummy. Much sweet. Instant. Okay, yeah. Okay, I checked one of the settings. One of the settings was screwy. I fixed it. I am a technical genius. So, hurrah! We got that out of the way. All right, rocking and a rolling. We got the proper sound happening. Yeah, I think it was because, as I said, a thing popped up a bit earlier when I had the laptop on. Your USB device has malfunctioned. And I went, I don't even know what that was. It was apparently the microphone. So we're back. My sexy clear ice in there. I'm in the middle of an experiment with clear ice. I might actually finish trying to make my clear ice container during this stream. You sound like those people who call me up on the phone, Dr. Abigail. I would like a remote access to your computer and I will get rid of the spyware. No. So, yeah. I'll show you my little craft project. It's just over here. All right. So, clear ice is made with directional freezing. The reason your normal ice cubes in the freezer are cloudy is they freeze from all directions at once. And all the impurities, even though you might not think there are impurities in the water, there's at least air in it. And as the ice freezes from all directions, the impurities kind of get pushed in and they're the last thing to freeze. So that's why the ice looks cloudy. You'll sometimes people who you'll get people who say, oh, you can boil it and we'll do it, or distilled. No, none of those things work. They may make the ice less cloudy, but they won't make it clear. The only thing that makes it clear is directional freezing. So rather than freezing from all directions in the same way, you insulate. The easiest way is you insulate everywhere but the top. Then it freezes from the top down. And as the water freezes, the impurities get pushed down. And it's only the last bit of ice that has the impurities in it. And you can cut that off. Then you've got a clear bit. Exactly as Dr. Abigail says, 100% pure water has gases dissolved in it. And they will become visible when you freeze the water. So you're not making them go away. You're just sort of pushing them down and they're the last thing. So this is the thing I haven't quite finished. I'm trying to make it watertight. This is just made out of foam. So it's insulated, open at the top. So I've got one of my ice cube trays in like a Tupperware dish. Now I've cut holes in the bottom of my ice cube tray. So the idea is I sit that there, just sit that on the top. And we pour the water in and it goes in here. And so as it freezes, and then we sit it in here. So it's insulated all around but the top. And it pushes the impurities down, as Dr. Abigail says, dissolved gases, pushes them down, and they'll be in the last bit of water to freeze. I mean, ideally, the last bit's not even frozen because it's easier to get out then. But so these cubes should be completely clear, which will be fun. But, okay, little bit of physics, which I learned this afternoon. This is not flush there. And this has to be able to come out. So I can't like glue it in. I can't seal it in because this has to be able to come out to be useful, essentially. So what I didn't take into account, water's going to go, it's going to push up out the sides. And I tried to tape it up, but it was already wet and the tape wouldn't stick. So let these bits to dry. But then I actually had the brainwave. If this is sitting all the way in here, that doesn't have to be watertight. It's just the whole surrounding frame has to be. And I think that will be relatively easy to do. Abigail, it's not Tupperware, it's Costco ware. So I don't think it's necessarily cheap, but it's not Tupperware. So I need to kind of continue work on putting enough tape around this because it's not going to be under pressure because there's not going to be a lot of water that it has to deal with. So this is my theory. This is going to work. That's my theory. This is a theory I have about dinosaurs. It is my theory. It is a theory I have. Does anyone know that theory? All right. Oh, actually, yes. For this, Dr. Abigail, a hot glue gun would be awesome. But I don't have one, so I'm improvising. Doing the household hacks, as it were. There you go, Alexa. Actually, you know that song, on the first day of Christmas, my true love came to me. The 12th day has, at least in some cultures, been regarded as the day you traditionally take down your Christmas tree. Strictly say, when we worked at Docklands, had an ice machine. Ah, yes. And that's those ice machines, industrial ice machines, they work with directional freezing. They're not making cubes. They're basically progressively freezing ice and pushing it out. And you can get machines that will do that in your home. They're quite expensive. I mean, there's a few people who saw a market a couple of years ago in cocktail bars, and they got really big industrial machines to make just huge amounts of this perfectly clear ice, which they use saws to cut into cubes for bars. Like, their machines cost like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars, and it's a bit of work to cut the ice as well. Stuff that a bar really can't do. So it's sorry, I think I missed it. Is there a big difference in taste? That's okay, Dirk. You can take a phone call, Matt. I don't think there's a difference in taste. I think it's aesthetics. It's how it looks. But there is a fairly widely held belief that the clearer ice melts more slowly as well, so it's not going to dilute your drink as much. But it's mostly aesthetics. It's just that clear ice in a cocktail looks really cool. So I think people have done the studies to confirm, yes, clear ice melts more slowly. Pronunciation varies regionally on many, many words, Dr. Abigail. You can say aesthetics if you want to. I think saying aesthetics is probably a more common pronunciation, although I'm willing to be corrected on that. All right. I should have prepared this. I should have prepared for this much better, particularly Dr. Abigail, when you said hot glue gun. I went, yep, hot glue gun. That'd be the fucking job, wouldn't it? That would be real good for this. More than a little annoyed I didn't prepare and have hot. In fact, I think we've got a hot glue gun somewhere in the house. I feel like that's a thing we've had at some point. Well, strictly say that anyone who went to school more than anyone who went to school more than, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years ago was taught Z. It's American cultural imperialism that makes younger folks say Z. And there is only one way to say H. People who say H are wrong, because there is a spelling for it. It's AITCH. So that's one that's just wrong. And Dr. Abigail, I agree and empathize with, if a pronunciation or spelling hurts your brain, it's wrong. Well, yes, Dirk, I think that's the thing of being an isolated colony. I've seen the theory propounded by linguists, I think, that the Australian accent is product of a combination of things. Basically, the largely working class convicts who were sent out here, the indigenous people's way of speaking, and the fucking heat. And I'm not sure if this one's real or if this is more of a joke tongue-in-cheek, that Australians didn't want to open their mouth very wide because the flies would get in. And then that's contributed to the accent. I don't know if they're serious about that one or if that's a linguist joke. Yes, Dr. Abigail, I can be pretty freewheeling with language, but there are, several hills I'll die on, and the correct way to say H is one of them. Oh God, you know a word that I was saying? I was just wrong. I was wrong, and I was saying it for ages. Is solitude. I used to always say solitude, and I've always been very good at spelling and grammar and pronunciation. For years, that was a blind spot. I would say solitude, and someone actually pulled me up on it one day. And why are you saying solitude? It's solitude. I went, is it? And I looked it up, and it was. And I'm going, I've been saying that for years. I feel stupid now. But learning. You don't want to reject learning, basically. That's where the trouble starts, where people reject learning. Oh, okay. And yes, Dirk, I love the Mythbusters line there. Reject your reality and substitute my own. I think this is going to work. I just realized I probably need to prepare a space in the freezer. All right. I think this is the last bit of tape I'm going to stick on. Sort of triple blocking the bits that need to be blocked. Hot glue gun, though, would be a thing. Oh, wowzers. That's a good one for all intensive purposes. For those who don't know, because that's a common misconception, the saying is actually for all intents and purposes. But a lot of people do actually say intensive purposes, and they think that's which is, again, you hear things wrong and you go with them. My personal favorite that someone put like on Tumblr or something years ago, there was a quote from Francis Bacon, the English writer, philosopher. Oh God, now I've forgotten what. I know how to find it though. It's a really famous quote, and my brain just absolutely blanked on it. Francis Bacon. So, okay. Okay, this site needs to fuck off, forcing pop-ups at me. Okay. Oh, knowledge is power. Okay, yes. So this person is like, it was on Reddit originally, right? A guy saying, when I was very young, my father said, knowledge is power, Francis Bacon. And he's trying to say, yeah, this is an important quote to remember. Knowledge is power. The person who is credited with coining the phrase is Francis Bacon. What the kid heard was knowledge is power, France is bacon. And why he thought that was a thing, France is bacon, but it was a kid thing, and it stuck with him into adulthood. Like, and he would say it, and in his mind, people were reinforcing it because people would, periodically say knowledge is power, and he'd go France is bacon, and they just thought he was saying Francis Bacon, and they'd go yes, and so for decades he had this reinforced that the saying was knowledge is power, France is bacon, and yes, that's where fine French ham cider comes from.
So he never knew it. So he at one point he asked the teacher, "What does that mean?" And he got a big explanation of the knowledge is power bit, but nothing on Francis Bacon. And he's prompted further by saying, "Francis Bacon?" And all he got was a yes. And years later, he saw it written down. Would have been funnier if he just had to fucking explain it to someone. "Oh, Francis Bacon." They're going, "Wait, are you saying Francis Bacon?" It's a funny old world. All right, now I think this is going to work, but I'm going to do it at the sink in case it doesn't. So, oh god, the sink is full of dishes. I haven't done the dishes. I haven't put the dishwasher on. That's okay. I'll do it in the morning. What are we doing? So you can see me. Yeah, I forgot my ice cube tray. I really want this to work because I killed one of my ice cube trays for this experiment. Oh god, I just realized I didn't prepare the freezer. Fuck it. Okay. So, here we go. All right, I want that up a bit. I don't think you see my face. Here we go. Like I'm pouring it faster than it can run out through the holes. So I have to pause occasionally as it goes through. All right, that jug's empty. I'll do this one. It's like some peeing ASMR. So that's probably out of camera shot. So for all you know, I am peeing into the jug. All right. Well, let's try that again. All right. More water. Hasn't reached the danger point yet, so I'm not sure if it's going to work or not. All right. I think we're getting there. Ice cubes are staying full. It's going down a little bit. I have no idea how hard this is going to be to get out. No, it's not working. It's not working. Not working at all. God damn it. All right. All right. All right. Didn't work at all. Okay. Fine. I'll just put this over here. I've got this big old masking tape. Tomorrow when it's dry, I might try it again with that. All right. So, well, that is the nature of experimentation. You have... It didn't work. You have a hypothesis and you test it. Yeah. In this case, the hypothesis is wrong. So Abigail actually suggested a hot glue gun, and that's really smart, I think. That would actually completely seal it up. Hello, Kirsten. I know masking tape itself's not waterproof, but I just thought multiple layers of it. You want some ice? All right. I also didn't think it would be under much pressure, so it might work. I was clearly wrong. There you go. Yeah, well, I do have that big green duct tape. I'll probably put that on it tomorrow when it dries. What? Well, to counter your point, Dr. Abigail, try, you get a fine mesh strainer, which lets water through, but then you put a succession of fine mesh strainer and less is going to get through, is all I'm saying. In short, it was a stupid idea. Hashtag tape Kate. Yes. Yeah, Megaleech, I guess what we want is warm glue as opposed to super hot glue. Yeah, short answer is yes, I do have some duct tape. Oh yeah, I am a craft noob, Dr. Abigail. And I was just making this shit up as I went along. And in this case, I was incorrect. So say la vie. Oh, actually, I didn't mean sieve. Like, okay, filter. Like I'm using paper coffee filter for my milk clarification. And sometimes, I don't know, it's a defective filter and it's actually not sealed properly and the stuff just goes straight through. But then I can put another filter in and that slows it down. Ooh, Dirk, that's a good one. Fish tank silicone from Bunnings. Yes. Oh, it doesn't have to be food safe because my thing's going to. Oh, yeah, no, I was just doing science, Dr. Abigail. I was just doing science. All right, Megaleech. Ugly gin with Cappy grapefruit, strawberry guava cordial. Wowzers. It sounds like that is ultimately a very sweet drink. Hot glue's cheaper, yeah. I mean, I can probably get a hot glue gun from like, one of the reject shop type shops. $2 shop, but more thing. Oh, Kirsten, actually, I think you'd like the project, Kirsten. I have a theory. Right, so I want to make clear ice cubes because with my insulated coffee cup method, I get clear ice cylinders, which I like. So I had the idea, ice cube tray, food container, put holes in the ice cubes, put it in, pour water through, so there's like a reservoir under the cubes, and then have that in an insulated thing. And then you'll get the directional freezing, and I should get clear ice cubes. But water comes out of here, and I thought if I taped up the thing I hacked together here, and that'd be fine. But after the fact, I'm well aware that even multiple layers of masking tape won't hold water. So I'll use something bigger, as the actress said to the bishop, tomorrow. Oh, I'm going to say the actress said to the bishop a lot of times tonight. All right, so I need to... Jesus Christ, I should have done the dishes. Can't get anything here. Ugh. All right, what are we doing here? Sorry, I'm just filling up the water thingies. Let's just take me a second. Speaking of coffee filters and whatnot, I'm progressively doing my clarified cocktail over here. It's coming out a nice color. very light yellow. A urine sample from someone who's reasonably well hydrated. I think that one's going to be yummy. I experimented with it a bit. Ugh, okay. Oh, as the actress said to the bishop, is the whole thing. So, because one of the Instagram accounts you follow, 6K. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, two things. Actually, I suppose there are even smaller eskies. But yeah, two things. When you do it with the esky, it usually takes up a lot of freezer room, even a small esky. And what you get then is a big chunk of clear ice, which is okay, cool. And the standard way to cut that up in the home is like score where you want it to cut with a bread knife. Like, don't try and cut it all the way through, but score it. And then you're like, if you got a handy mallet, you hold the knife there and go tap, tap. And most of the time, it will break along the line you want it to. But quite often, you'll get weird, fucked up shapes. You won't get the cube you want. So what I'm doing here is using an ice cube tray. So he puts, okay, I will look that up as to how they support the cube, because the cube tray's got to be above the bottom. This was the easiest way I thought of doing it. Users none. Sorry, let me see. I won't even just go and look here. Someone told me an origin of, as the actress said to the bishop, that auto completed. Colloquial British exclamation, offering humor by serving as a punchline for a line that exposes an unintended double entendre. Equivalent in North America is "that's what she said." British in origin, supposedly originated, this is the story I've heard, from a conversation between the actress Lily Langtry and the Bishop of Worcester. They were at a country house weekend, and on Sunday morning before church, they went for a stroll. On their walk, the bishop cut his finger on a rose thorn. Over lunch, Lily inquired about his injury, asking, "How is your prick?" To which the bishop replied, "Throbbing," causing the butler to drop the potatoes. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, dear. I mean, probably not a true story. Pretty goddamn good, though. All right, so this person on Instagram is users none. Oh, no, sorry. I thought that you were saying that's... Okay, that's not the account name. All right, well, look, maybe I'll go to Kmart and check it out. But, I'm doing it fucking ghetto style here. Doing the household hacks. But finding an appropriately sized esky is a much better idea than what I'm doing, quite honestly. Just the question of, can I get an appropriately sized one? Because the smallest ones I've seen are bigger than that. Maybe I just haven't looked. Now, am I logged into Trello on this laptop? Let me have a look. Yeah, I think I am. Excellent. So the tequila sunrise is over there now. I might make a gin sour. 2 sours in one night. And also, big fucking question, where did my lemon juice go? The fuck would someone have done with my lemon juice? I mean, I'm the only one who uses it, which leads me to believe I did something dumb with it. Okay. Let me see if I can get this together. Do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do. Put stuff away, put stuff away. All right. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's not what the lemon juice is in. Right, so lime juice. Lemon juice isn't over there. Someone else used it and put it somewhere where I don't know. That's right fucking there. I'm insane. I'm absolutely insane. Okay, gin. What gin will I use in a gin sour? Probably this one. Yeah, Churro's Straight Dry Gin. That seems like a good one. Right. So I need lemon juice. Ooh, what sugar syrup do I have? I might use the mango sugar. I made a mango sugar syrup. It's a nice color. It doesn't really taste like mango. It has a little bit of mango flavor in it. Great me, you're typing. Got an old wood saw lying about. Got a $15 XD. Yeah, well, could be. All right. Well, I will have to go and check the small S. Yes, price isn't the thing. It's size that's the thing. And it's just too big in many cases. So, and that's what she said. Bitters and Foma. Right. Bitters is there. Wo ist the Wonderform? There it is. Wonderful. Right, I got everything I need. Oh, good God. Right, set that. Come on. You can come out there. Come on. Gotta move some things around. I think it's the only other. It's kind of thinking of making a fuzzy duck as well. Just a fun drink. Not necessarily tonight, though. I don't know. Got to put some thought into it. Bring this light around. Okay. So, basically, let's go gin sour. They're saying 2 ounces. Half. Okay. All right. No, just shite. Tripped over my light. That was pretty good. I'll just put this here so you can see what I'm doing. So it makes a bit more sense for me to be doing live stream. Bring this down. Don't bring me down. Okay, so pushing some shit out of the way. Actually, mostly water on there, man. Just melted ice. some advice. Okay. Okie dokie do. Let's line this shot up. Well, number of times the bloody Spice Girls pops into my head, and I don't know why. It's because I'm trying to work out what I want, and my brain goes, tell you what I want, what I really, really want. Tell you what I want, what I really, really want. Well, I don't even know the lyrics, so just remember that. So we want that, and that, and get the lemon juice ready, and to Angostura bitters ready, and where did I put the foamer? I had the foamer. I went and got the foamer. Where did I put it? Oh, you Egypt. Where'd you put it, you Egypt? Oh, no, it's right there. It's hiding behind a taller bottle. Much like tiny people do in public spaces to scare you. They hide behind someone taller. Said the short ass. All right. Ugh, I already put ice in there and I maybe want to do a dry shake. Too late. My battery's running out. You know what? I don't want a disaster. I'm going to go get another battery. Got another battery. I'm going to do this without taking it off the tripod. Yes, I can. I'll put that in my pocket, I think. Right. What the fuck is on my hand? I think that's Angostura bitters on my hand. Yeah. Orange stain on my hand. All right. Take a two. Let's get this ready. Menu, shooting mode, high speed. All right, so we're ready. Where did my jigger go? Okay, so 2 ounces of Lejeune. Maybe slightly over because I'm nice to myself. All right, we are recording. We go 2 ounces of gin. I like a lot less lemon juice than a lot of other people do. That's still about 3/4 of an ounce though. All right. And 1/2 ounce of sugar syrup. And foam is, Angostura bitters. 1, 2, 3. And finally, a couple of drops of Wonder Foam. Okay, hopefully that's enough to make it foam. So I'm not doing a dry shake. All right. Pause our action there. So I'm going to put this together. And I'll come around the other side. It'll be nice. And turn the microphone off for a second, because this is going to be loud if you're wearing headphones. Sound back on. All right, now, okay, so I'm going to quickly shoot a talky bit. All right, do this. And do that. We're going wide. We're going wide, we're going large. We're going wide, we're going large. All right. All right. All right, all right, all right. Okay. Oh, I want my sound recorder as well. All right. Gonna do this. Gonna do this. Gonna fake the shaking for the camera again. I don't know. Brace yourself if you've got headphones. Even go a bit further away. A bit more. Again. Trying to be Steve the bartender and smile when I shake. All right, very quick video. When you're making a sour cocktail, you don't necessarily think of gin, but a gin sour can be really good and it's really easy to make. Make it like this. Into your shaker, put 2 ounces of gin, 3/4 of an ounce of lemon juice, 1/2 ounce of sugar syrup, then 3 dashes of Angostura bitters. And then if you want it to be foamy, you add in either egg white, aquafaba, or I'm using Wonder Foam. Shake that on ice, good and hard for about 10 or 15 seconds, and then strain it into a glass. I'm using a nice coupe for this one. And there you have the gin sour. The Angostura has given it a nice color. And the ingredients balance together really well. If you've only done whiskey sours or rum sours, definitely recommend. If you're only used to whiskey sours or rum sours, I definitely recommend you try this one, the gin sour. Cheers. Oh, tried to say too many words. Brain no work. Okay, switch everything off, switch everything off. Switch everything off. Maybe pour a bit more of this cocktail into the filter. I mean, I'm hoping that's finished before I go to bed, but I'm not sure it will be, even if I stay up late. Oh, but you know what? I'm turning this light off too. I mean, I think it really seals it for me. I'm not going to make any more videos tonight. I'm just going to chat with you fine people. Where are we? Where are we? Here we are. Here we are. Hello, Daniel. See? You're in the mood. You're in the mood. Liking it good and hard. So what did I miss? Oh, God. Let me see. Puns. Sorry, there was a bunch of dad jokes while I was doing that. I need to catch up. Caught your son playing with an electrical outlet. Had to ground him. Currently, he's fine, but it came as a shock to him. Did get all amped up. Don't worry. Conducting yourself properly, as long as it didn't hurt. Shocking. Revolting. What, really? Well, that one's a stretch. You do see it coming. Oh, wow. That is painful getting a Rihanna song started. Actually, I shouldn't slag Rihanna. She's fairly talented. Now you're a bit wired. Highly strung. Part of your 3-phase scheme. Nice. No resistance. Make a direct current. Puns spark joy. Daniel, we're having a good time, and you've caught the vibe of puns and innuendo, and you couldn't resist. Sorry, I don't want to miss out on puns and dad jokes. And as threatened, I'm pouring it out of the elegant coupe into, well, honestly, it's still an elegant rocks glass. I just want my cherry to absorb all. That's the treat for me at the end of the night, having the cherry in multiple cocktails, so it hopefully picks up the flavors. And so when I eat the cherry at the end of the night, it's a special little treat. So, oh, all right, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. And this is not bad. Oh, I don't want to drink too many sour cocktails in a night, though. Gonna have something boozy next. Something boozy. What did I put in my pocket? I put the fucking battery in my pocket. Looks a lordy. Enjoy taking people's cherries. And the puns. I think I took all my cherries here. That's just cherry juice. That's getting into yes, that was a joke about sex. Kirsten has a demon kitten being demony. Nice. Oh god, Dirk, you did a mountain climb. I'm not surprised everything hurts. I was a bit strenuous today. I got the fucking hedge trimmer out, and it's not really a hedge, but I mean, it is a kind of hedge. Honestly, it's not at the front. It's inside. It's the path to the door, and it grows out and gets in the way. And I've been really lazy. Should have trimmed it back weeks ago. Finally did it today, so that's an accomplishment. Want to do it before it's getting really hot the next couple of days. So that was my strenuous activity. Yes, if a mountain climbs over you, what was that American comedian had the Russian character Yakov Smirnov? In Russia, mountain climb you. Many years since you enjoyed a cherry hill. I partake of cherries on the regular. I am honestly not sure what that sentence means, Dirk. Kirsten, you've been getting rain? Yeah, we got rain for AIDS' memorial. Didn't rain the day before. Didn't rain the day after. Rainy and windy on AZ's open air memorial. So that was a bit of a laugh. You know, with that internetism there, oh really? That always makes me think of old Faulty Towers episode where some contractors come to Faulty Towers to do some work when Basil's not there, and Manuel, their Spanish waiter, is supposed to manage things, and his English is not that great. And Basil told him he had a job to do when O'Reilly's men came, and these guys show up, and Manuel's go, you O'Reilly men? And they're like, what? Yes, someone's got to channel AZ. Okay, thank you, Dirk, for the explanation. The name of the mountain is Cooch Twins. I was honestly on the same wavelength as Dr. Abigail. You were climbing a mountain with the Coochie twins. That was honestly where I was. So it's in the Glasshouse Mountains. Then a big climb. Okay, cool. And hello, Justin. Oh God, is it summer gnats? Ugh. I empathize because I went to uni in Bathurst, where Mount Panorama is, and we had the car races at Mount Panorama, where fuckheads swarm the town. Now, notoriously, as far as the media was concerned, we had motorcycle races at Easter. The bikies never hassled anyone in town. The fuckheads who came for the car races were absolute pricks. And they were dangerous. The bikies were only dangerous if you were a cop on the mountain bothering them. No. Yes. I had a much nicer time with the bikies than I did with the rev heads. So this is the most bizarre thing. I remember walking down the street where the rev heads were all around. I was with a female friend, and the car goes past, and someone sticks their head out the window and goes, "Hello!" I thought, yeah, well, that's pretty fucking typical. That's how you think you impress the ladies. But then a bit later, I was walking by myself, and a car went past, and some dickhead leans out the window and made exactly the same noises. Just, and I was like, the fuck is that? What are they trying to say? Oh, no, Dirk, if you fuck with the bikies, it's going to end badly with you. But they don't fuck with you. When they were in town, they were always nice. It was an interesting vibe when you went into the shops and whole streets were lined with motorcycles. That was a whole vibe. But the bikies themselves were always, polite and nice in the town. The ones who were unsettling were the cops, because a bunch of knucklehead cops from out of town would volunteer to be the extra policing for the bike race weekend, because they heard you were pretty tough, you prove you're a man, get the biff on, and they would walk around town like they were fucking looking for trouble. That really sucked. But yes, there were without doubt shenanigans on the top of the mountain. It was not for the faint of heart, and I would really think probably some very questionable things happened up there. Oh, I like that, Kirsten. Is that the Silly? The bike is a nice tip, well, amazing guest. And I'm not joking. The difference between the car people and the bike people was night and day. And also the difference in how they were treated in the media, night and day. I never saw the media saying anything negative about the car hoons. And it was always some huge fucking drama they were inventing with the bikies. And the bikies weren't a drama. They just weren't. And the car hoons were a fucking nightmare. Like, they were dangerous and threatening. And yes, the unwashed masses, they suck. But yes. I mean, like I said, the bikies could put out a vibe. But yeah, I really distinctly remember there was a market in the park. And, to cash in on the bikies being there. And there were heaps of them. There were so many of them there. So it was just like black leather everywhere. And but they were laughing and walking because it was sunny. It was like April. So in Bathurst, that's usually quite cool. So they could wear their leather. And so it's black leather everywhere, long hair, beard, scraggy, all this sort of shit. See you later, Dirk. Yeah, but they were laughing and walking and smiling and whatnot, and then sort of through them you get like a pair of coppers, and they literally got one hand on a truncheon and one hand on a gun butt, just walking around going, and I was just like, Jesus fuck, what is wrong with you? And then there'd be shit up the top of the mountain, and because the cops built a compound there because they declared they had to control the bikies. The bikies would pelt the compound all night with rocks and petrol bombs, basically. That would get very intense. But it's kind of like, if you didn't build the compound in the middle of the campground, that wouldn't have happened. But that's the world. That is how the world works. Yeah. So, yes, those were strange times. Yes, Daniel. Generally, the bikies aren't going out of their way to cause trouble, but doing something antagonistic, they'll rise to it. Yeah, it's one of those weird things, Justin. Why did Summernats end up in Canberra? Why is that? Why is there an Elvis festival in Parkes, a small town near Dubbo? Nobody knows, but it's a big deal. And yeah, why did they actually build a racetrack in a country? And like, a pretty much world standard racetrack, Mount Panorama. I don't know how they bluffed the money to have that fitted out to be a racetrack. And it became a really important racetrack. It's, I'd love to know how they conned whatever government into paying for that work. Sorry, I just got popped into my head a story of, because I went to college in Bathurst. 90 to 99%, probably 99% of the students at the college were not from Bathurst. There would be some people from Bathurst there, but 99%, maybe not that high, but pretty close to it, would be from somewhere else. A lot of them from the city, from Sydney and other cities as well. But because there's the racetrack there, it was an extremely common thing in O Week for people to want to drive around Mount Panorama. And they'd get told really heavily, that's a road. That is a road with a 60 kilometer an hour speed limit. Cops are always there. It's not a racetrack. You're not a race driver. If you drive fast, you'll either be killed or you get busted by the cops. So it used to have this really long straight on the downhill bit. You got like the pit straight is on the level thing, and then you turn a corner and you're winding your way up the mountain. You're going, it's a hill. We call it the mountain, but it's a hill. Winding your way up, go and wind around the mountain, winding down. And then there was a really long straight down. It's called Conrod Straight. And there was a 90-degree corner at the end. So you can imagine someone comes hooning down the mountain. They've got to be very controlled about how they take that 90-degree corner. So a bunch of these lads get in a car. I think it was it was my first year. It was my first year because it was a guy I went to high school with. A bunch of lads get in a car, including this guy I went to school with. And they were all from Sydney or something. They didn't know Mount Panorama at all. Now, I found out this friend of mine got genuinely aroused by danger and near-death experiences. He was really into it. So they're driving around Mount Panorama. They are driving too fast. They're not going really hoony, but they're going too fast. And then they come down Conrad Straight. Oh, Daniel's got parenting duties. Good job, man. I hope that goes well for you. So anyway, so this car of lads are going way too fast down Conrad Straight because it's downhill straight and they're just and if you're going that fast, normal driving, you get to take a 90-degree turn, you have to start braking some good hundreds of meters before the corner. Like you can't brake at the last second because you'll just crash. So you have to start braking. If you're a normal driver in a normal car, you got to start braking some hundreds of meters before the corner. And this guy's just hooning down the straight. And my mate who's in there, and he said afterwards, he tells me, in my head, I was just going, oh, he's going too fast. He doesn't know about the corner. He doesn't know how close we are to a 90-degree corner. And still going, hasn't started to brake. And he's going, we're going way too fast. We're going way too fast. I think he doesn't know there's a corner coming up. And then basically at the really last moment, this guy sees there's a corner, like, because his headlights are now, it was at night, his headlights are now reflecting off a wall. And it's like, and he's just I think he's braked and he's hooked the steering wheel so hard. They go around the corner. The car goes up on two wheels as it goes around the corner. It gets almost to the point where it's going to roll. If it had rolled at that speed with a few people in the car, there would have been fatalities. Goes around the corner, screeching. It's up on two wheels, almost rolls, and then doosh, lands back on all four wheels and it's on the straight. And they go and stops. And everyone in the car is freaking out except my friend. And he's the first one to speak. And he just goes, "Oh, wasn't that awesome?" And the rest of the car is like, they've just had their life flash before their eyes. And they're just, the fuck is wrong with you? And he's just like, that was great. And that was my first hint that he was really into danger and near-death experiences. But a couple things happened over the subsequent years that were just incredibly dangerous. And the way he relayed them was always, that was awesome. Just like, oh, get therapy, dude. What the fuck? I'm not sure that's a real word, Heine. And I don't know what FEI is. That Formula One? Is it homolog? I'm not sure that's a word. Homologation? But I don't know the ins and outs of motor racing either. So maybe it's a word. I don't know. It's a funny old world. Right, I should intersperse. Yeah, if you were driving, you think it was awesome. Well, again, you lived, but there was in like just the seconds afterwards, everyone was still freaked out, and he was not freaked out at all. He was just probably had a Woody. It was just, it was awesome. Justin, that's a hard one. Oh, actually, that's probably my favorite AZ quote. That's a hard one. Someone's been putting on the comments. I don't know. Was it you, Justin? Someone's been putting comments on the YouTube video about it. Their favorite AZ quote was, "Oh, my rights, my rights." As he reacted to a copper at a protest jamming a truncheon up his ass. But again, I think my favorite AZ story is Flappy Dogs. Flappy Dogs will always do it for me because it's just so funny. He was so out of it that he couldn't remember the word penguin. And so he came up with Flappy Dogs. Oh my God. He's a madman. Sorry, I just realized I haven't put lids on everything. I'm just going to put lids on a couple of things over here. Call the police. There's a madman around. All right, so I'm going to put these back in the fridge. Oh, this back on the rack. Oh, okay. All right, come on, over here. And you go over here. Oops, I forgot one more thing for the fridge. My homemade grenadine. Ugh, thinking I should have something that doesn't have alcohol in it. What? Oh man, I've still got... I need to drink the rest of that clarified cocktail. This is a new clarified cocktail. Just sody, maybe? Tonic, ginger ale. I should put some more things in the fridge, actually. Let me, where? Right, these things. Okay. Distiller's Cola. Justin, your one is thank you for letting me be on your device. Yes. That stems from he never liked radio DJs. He said something along the lines of, "Hello to everyone out there in radio land." Because from the listener's point of view, they're not anywhere. They're not in radio land. They're in their home. So we always thought that was a very incorrect thing to say. Oh, God, maybe a sarsaparilla. Wait, what's down here? Wait, what have I got down here? Spiced orange ginger ale, which goes superbly well with the Anther chocolate gin, which I don't have any more of and they don't make anymore. So that's a sad little fact. I could put it with another gin. Maybe a barrel-aged gin. I've got a barrel-aged gin down there. We're going to have something completely non-alcoholic, though. And I haven't, for ages, had a sarsaparilla. So I don't really like it, but it's okay as a one-off drink. Oh my God, it's got dust on it. It's like I got it from a cellar somewhere. I'll just get... You know what I should do an AZ tribute. Drink it from the Mankey cup. I'll just get a Mankey cup. All right. This is the official AIDS Memorial Mankey Cup because it got all warped and bent out of shape, just like him. And that's what he would always drink out of because it was appropriate for him. So, well, that was a loud noise, wasn't it? How's the clarifying going? It's going pretty well. It looks very pretty. We're all good. We're good. It's still good. It's still good. Okay. So yes, the glass that melted a bit because it was on the bottom shelf of the dishwasher, too close to the heating bit, and it melted. But it was then special to AZ. I'm assuming this is still okay. I don't even... Ooh, it's so dark. Sarsaparilla. So dark. Dark and mysterious sarsaparilla. Oh, okay. Okay, just looking if there's any important... There are no important messages there. But is there any interesting news? Because I haven't really looked at the news today. China defends COVID-19 response because everyone says they're being shit at it. Worst floods in WA's history. Gee, everything's just fucking depressing, isn't it? What's happening? Oh, car crashes. Putin orders weekend truce in Ukraine. Kyiv won't take part because they probably don't trust him. Oh, God. More dead people. Oh, just terrible. Oh, yeah. Famous people died. What else is going on? See if there's anything interesting. Bam Margera says he's basically pronounced dead after suffering seizures. Oh, while suffering from a pneumonia. Jesus, that sounds familiar. Had a gnarly case of COVID-19. Oof. Jesus. Stranger Things actor Noah Schnapp comes out as gay. Which one is he? I can't keep track. Oh, okay. It's the guy who plays Will Byers. Okay, I wasn't recognizing him in the picture because he has a normal haircut, and Will Byers always has terrible fucking haircuts on that show. Oh, Dr. Abigail, that was the guy, one of the guys from Jackass. Bam Margera said a very gnarly case of COVID-19, complicated into pneumonia, and then had a bunch of seizures and almost died. Justin, I haven't seen any flags at half mast, so I don't know. Yeah. Sarsaparilla is nice for something different. Wouldn't want to drink it a lot. In fact, it's probably the first time I've drunk it in a year. But it's nice to do something different sometimes. Oh, God. New COVID-19 variant detected in Australia. Yay. People are increasingly worried. Highly contagious. Most transmissible subvariant detected yet. They have got to dump making me go into the fucking office. I hate that shit. Oh, God. First emerged in New York in October, spreading rapidly across the United States. So it is in Australia. Although it's transmissible, there's no indication yet that it causes more severe disease. Cases rising in Europe and the United States. More than 40% of COVID cases in the US are now caused by this variant. Could it take off Australia? We don't know if it's more dangerous. It is more contagious, not necessarily more severe. It's gone from 20% of cases to more than 40% in 1 week in the US. So, Jesus fucking Christ. God damn it. They've got to stop trying to force me to go into the fucking office. Justin, I am in no way sure that AZ didn't have COVID. It was officially pneumonia, and pneumonia, as you say, is often an offshoot of COVID. Yes, okay, Bam's been dead since he moved home, so it's not good. Again, all those guys lived very dangerous lives. That is actually quite refreshing. Pour a little bit more in there. Get it all chilled in these stylish little Bundaberg bottles. Okay, did anything else interesting happen? Make it legal. E-scooter rider wants her wheels back. Fucking hate them things. It's because I'm old and bitter. Simple diet. Swap W. Lose weight, lower health risks. Again, everything they say about diet is bullshit because they change it every couple of years. Cut out processed carbs. Well, I mean, I don't think it's a huge brain science to say processed foods are probably bad. Replace them with fruit, vegetables. I mean, that seems like basic, sensible advice. I won't rail against that. Processed low-quality carbs are dietary staples. Hell yes, they are. Fuck yeah, love my low-quality carbs. Pasta, white bread, pastries, bagels, chips. Oh my God, now I'm hungry. Now I want to eat chips and crackers and I can't be bothered getting pasta. What happens when you swap out processed carbs for high-quality carbs? Oh yeah, fiber is obviously good. Why are processed carbs so bad for you? More food with refined grains because they're everywhere. It's really fucking hard to avoid them. Here to swap your cards. Cut out white foods. Racist. Racist against whites again. The white man can't catch a break. Cut back on cereal, pastries, white bread. I actually do wholemeal bread. I don't do white bread. White pasta, yeah, I just use normal pasta. Juices, sweetened beverages. Yeah, I do sugar-free. I mean, this has got sugar in it. This is one off, though. Eat more vegetables, whole grains, beans, and lentils. I mean, yeah. Add healthy fats and proteins. Nuts, seeds, avocado, eggs, poultry, yogurt, and seafood. Add healthy grains. Nutrient-dense food. There you go. Again, all this diet advice changes every couple of fucking years. Yeah, I think you might be on to something there, Dr. Abigail. The entire... Oh, except Steve-O. Steve-O was his own thing. And yes, Bam Margera, yes, fucking himself up very muchly. And Steve-O certainly didn't do himself any favors. God, I don't often get into diet stuff on the stream. Oh, Jesus. Apparently, Harry said stupid as fuck things in this book that's been released. Believes in psychics. Oh, dear. Oh, God, most of the time when I see these fact check things, it's all, no, that's false. That's false. Like someone saying the Moderna vaccine's been withdrawn from Australia. No, that's not true. But it's like two about that Kevin McCarthy losing his speaker votes. Is this a real photo? It's him going, yeah. And it's like, yes, that's a real photo. Has a century passed since it took more than one vote to elect speaker? Yes, it had been more than a century. So, wow, this fucking loser is going down in history as a big fucking loser. So that's a thing. Steve-O physically fucked his body. Like, he did more physical stuff to his body than most of it. Bam Margera is probably substance abuse central. Steve-O definitely was for years. But I think Steve-O may have done more self-inflicted injuries than the others. Kroom to stop working. Okay, this is like the start of fucking... It's like a straight line for someone who doesn't like Chrome. Chrome will stop working properly for millions from next week. Anti-Chrome statement insert here. Oh, if you're using Windows 7, 8, or 8.1. If you're using Windows 7 or 8, you fucking deserve it. I mean, honestly. Don't wash raw chicken before cooking. Okay, I actually want to know this. What's this? Washing chicken can splash dangerous bacteria around the kitchen. Just cook the chicken thoroughly. Wow. Okay, I don't wash chicken before I cook it. Because apparently I am smart in the kitchen. Just never occurred to me to do it. Yes, Steve-O's wearing an actual raw... No, but he was always stabbing himself with shit and lots of weird physical shit. More crypto is bullshit stuff. US House adjourns with no speaker for a third day? Jesus Christ. Oh, actually, okay. Here's the thing. See how much I agree or disagree with someone's the best of 2022 on screen. Have I... no, I am not registering. Suck my balls. Suspected government passwords pasted on dark web forum. Oh, I should read that. That might be relevant to me going back to the office on Monday. More than 100,000 login details for Australian government agency portals have been discovered on a dark web forum. Fears they're part of a new massive global data breach. Local cybersecurity forum uncovered a database more than 40 million usernames and passwords in recent days, with a portion containing login details that access Australian government and agency websites. Haha. Tip of the iceberg from what appears to be a massive data breach of government credentials Australia-wide. Hot damn. Well, that might be a hot fucking topic of conversation when I go back to the office on Monday. Washing chicken feels uniquely American. It does have that vibe, doesn't it? But that's the interesting thing, because raw chicken can definitely have contaminants on it, but you just cook it properly and you're fine. But yeah, what they're saying is if you wash chicken, the splashing could actually be splashing dangerous stuff around, which is then on all your surfaces. So, well, if you don't even buy chicken, Dr. Abigail, so you're not contributing to the next global pandemic. Because chicken farming is probably going to cause it. Poultry farming, generally. Apparently makes epidemiologists super nervous. Mimsy's coming to say hello. Actually, Justin, counterpoint, although with breaches we might go back to it, forcing people to change passwords regularly introduces a completely different security risk, namely that people can't remember their passwords because you force them to change them very often. So they, like write them down and have them on a sticky note on their monitor or whatever. So last I heard, best practice was to not change the password regularly, but use a long passphrase because, and use unique passphrases for different services, because once you start getting into like 14, 15, 16 characters, even the best cracking tools now would take millennia to crack a passphrase like this. Now, if we keep getting data breaches, that's a whole other thing. And there might be a move back to changing passwords because if fucking databases are just getting breached. But it is a thing with cybersecurity. There aren't really black and white answers. There's best practices. What is best practice tends to change over time as the threat environment changes. But yeah, it's a whole thing. Dr. Abigail, when you were 9 to 5, you had a passphrase, change the number every month, written on a sticky note. Mate, real case, the thing people do with sticking the password on their monitor is a real thing. Most famously, example of that being bad, it was in whatever the American Weather Bureau is in Hawaii, when they were doing a talk to the media about an impending cyclone. Guy's talking, he's on webcam from his office and all the actions happening behind him, but on a monitor right behind him, clearly visible on modern high-def TVs, was a username and password for accessing their systems. All right. Oh, no, actually, that's good. I like that, Dr. Abigail. So you have a long passphrase with a number on the end, and you would just remind yourself by putting a sticky thing with a number. So in and of itself, useless to someone. So your passphrase is, this is my very clever password 5. That's clever. I actually like that. That's what I'm going to, although again, I do remember in olden systems that forced you to change passwords regularly, quite a few of them had a thing that went, oh, your new password is too similar to your old password, and they wouldn't let you do that, which again is actually bad security practice. But as I say, the threat environment keeps changing. What is on your nose? Oh, Mimsy. Mimsy keeps putting her nose in things like pigeon feathers occasionally. At the moment, there's a little. There you go. I got it off. Little tiny little ball of styrofoam from the molding that I was cutting up for my insulation. Yes, Mimsy likes having her chin scratched. That's a good cat. Yes. Responding to your medication. That's good. Because we were very worried about how sick you were. Even though you're still a bit of an annoying shit, quite honestly. Quite honestly. So I'm probably going to avoid upsetting Mrs. Angry and waking her up and sleep on the lounge. Minty likes that. She just sleeps right on my chest. Out of it. So, Kirsten, you have a passphrase with a number combo. Write the number. Yeah, I suppose it's a passphrase. It's a bit of a mnemonic that is, so it's different for every like web service, because they have different passwords, for Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, blah. But there's a mnemonic I use to remember like a core passphrase, and it's more complicated than a number on the end. And I don't change it because, as I said, that is not accepted best practice these days. But yeah, again, if we just keep getting data breaches all the time, it's kind of like, doesn't matter how secure your password is, if the database that's storing your password gets fucking breached. So maybe we will get pushed back into changing password regularly, which would suck. It would suck. She just looks so contented when she's getting a little scratch under the chin. Aren't you, Mimsy? Isn't it the best thing? Let's get the scratch under the chin. It's so good. It is so good, isn't it? Yes, scratch under the chin. We like that. Yes. Funny bloody cat. And she's trying to decide what to do. You can almost see the way she's sitting, and so she's definitely got arthritis. And yes, LastPass. I've seen a few people say like, "Yep, stop using LastPass. Fuck LastPass. Too many data breaches for them." Because that's the whole thing. Password managers. People said, "Oh yeah, get a password manager. We'll give you a complex password for each website that you don't have to remember. You only have to remember your master password." And then they get hacked. So womp womp. What a travail. Oh, a few weeks after a security researcher said that 200 million emails had been stolen from Twitter users. God damn. Yep, I feel like that's going to be a topic of conversation on Monday. Crashes. Fitzroy's side street ripe for a pedestrian-friendly makeover. Ugh. Ooh, The Age is going pro-electric scooter. Electric scooters are a useful addition to our transport network. Ugh. Why do Aussies shorten so many words? Because it takes too long to say the full word. Oh, detectorists on the beach. What did they find? Oh, like this is insanely rare. It feels like fate, I suppose. Go metal detecting on beach because people drop things. So you find jewelry. Over time, the sand moves, sea washes away parts of the beach, reach deeper spots. So all kinds of stuff there. All right. Went to the beach, found pieces of lead, kicked off some sand, tone from the machine consistent with silver coins, dug down about 55 centimeters, found a small silver threepence. Ooh, let's have more of a look. Finding the first coin was cool. Then we dug a bit more. Got excited, found another coin, and another. At this point, I realized must be a whole bunch in the area. So we ended up digging for about 4 hours in that 9 or 10 square meter area. Pulled out 47 coins ranging from 1920 to 1960. And about 26 or 27 of them were full silver coins. Threepence, sixpence. Got a ram's head shilling, 2 florins. And Edward VII penny. Someone must have been... The theory is someone was selling drinks in front of the Bathers Pavilion in the 50s or 60s. Knocked over the tray and all the takings for the day went in the sand. Got chased out by a light. Called it a day, came back next day, only found 2 more coins. They're probably worth between $500 and $600, but I'd never sell them. Fucking nerd. Detectorist nerd. Oh, sorry, yeah, Abigail, join the stream link. Why not? And anyone else. Really? Safa, you are celebrating Orthodox Christmas? There we go. Working from home has been a hit. Is a 4-day work week it next? Fucking should be. I would be more productive. I'd get more done in a 4-day week than a 5-day week, honestly. Ugh. White Noise is a film that makes you sit up and listen. Mum slammed over G-string bikini video. No, news.com, you are not getting me with your fucking clickbait. Oh, dear. And here's Dr. Abigail. Hello.
Hello, hello. How are we?
Oh, well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Oh, God, I
now
just
that
saw
my
this.
chronic fatigue had kicked my ass for the past couple of days.
Is
like
it abating somewhat?
It's just been awful. I had massive brain fog today. Yesterday, I slept most of the day. I could barely move.
Yeah.
It's just the worst.
Yeah.
Hi,
Well, it was
Mimsy.
good day. Yes. She's just settled now. Speaking of cats, Kirsten,
Yeah.
I misread that. You used a trick to get the cats in the crate. I read that as you used a brick to get the cats in the crate. I thought, okay, well, that's a bit harsh. But if it works, you know. You feed them in the bathroom, which is the smallest room with a door, and feed them in the bathroom until kitten fly out there. Okay. Neat. So, yeah, that makes it easier to manage. I get it. Also, a brick might work. I don't know. I mean, it depends, you know. Yeah, I don't think you have to hit them with a brick.
What crate are you talking about? The cat carrier?
That's how I took it. That was a cat carrier.
Will's cat. We got him a cat carrier, and
Yeah.
he used to sleep in it. He loved that thing.
Yeah.
Until he got too big for it, and we had to get a bigger one.
It's a very big cat.
Yeah.
No, see, Kirsten, I don't think you actually want to do anything with the bricks, but I mean, maybe just tell the kittens you mean business. Just go, don't cross me. Don't cross me. Yeah. Sometimes, you know, speak softly, but carry a big brick. No, that's not how that goes. Yes. So, yeah, the crate is a very big cat carrier. There you go.
Okay. It's also the name of a spaceship in Elite Dangerous.
Cat carrier?
Crate.
Crate. Okay. Oh, okay. So they're going together.
It's spelt differently. It's spelt
Krait.
That's right. And there's like 2 variants: the Crate Mark II and the Crate Phantom. And people often in chat will like if you're flying around in a crate, I'll type it in chat what they say, but they basically say if you can see that.
Let me see. Oh yeah. I think Crate is a place.
Great crate, mate. No bait, no hate.
Oh, okay. Oh dear.
Oh, I missed the R in crate. So crate is, and I've probably missed an R here and there. Anyway, you get the idea.
No, I get it. Great crate, mate. No bait, no hate. That's again in jokes. You got to love it.
Yeah. I got a new T-shirt. It's a gaming console T-shirt.
Oh my god!
it's like a PS controller T-shirt.
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
Nothing.
Dirty boy.
Oh, a crate is a snake. I knew it was a thing. Like, yeah, Krait. I knew it was a thing. I thought it was a place. A crate. Oh no, what's this? Okay, this might be what I was thinking of. Crate and Operation Jaywick. Let me see.
I thought it was something that you stored heavy items in.
No, that's CRATE. Oh, okay. No, what I'm thinking of was a naval vessel was renamed Crate. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Isn't it something that like you make out of metal that you use to stop things from getting into drains?
That's great. GRATE.
Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, you're right.
I think I'd heard of this naval vessel called the Crate. I think that's what it was.
Wasn't it something that you called someone when you thought they were awesome?
Yes. You're Crate, mate. Have you ever seen those really long, like Twitter threads where people keep doing that?
Oh, Reddit is renowned for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
and
yes,
Crete
Crete
is
pronounced like concrete. Yeah.
concrete.
There might be a slightly different inflection from the natives. It's basically Crete.
Yes, if you want to insult someone from Crete, well, I mean, you could call them a cretin, but
which is where it comes from, isn't it?
That's from it. Yeah, that's where it comes from. I'm sure it's like ancient Greek.
It's about like an ancient Greek or Roman insult.
Yeah.
Deciding people from Crete were thick.
What do you find in ancient Greece?
Ancient chips.
Oh, fuck you.
Was that it?
Heard it. That was my joke. God damn it. I'm out of here. Fuck this.
You know why that stuck? There's a weird thing that stuck in my head, I think, from primary school, where you had to do this word puzzle, and it was like a code thing, and you had to get individual letters. And what it eventually translated to when you crack the code was, "Will wonders never cease? French fries are cooked in grease." And honestly, that's the only reason when you said ancient Greece, I went ancient chips.
Fair enough.
Even though I don't normally refer to the oil that chips are cooked in as grease, but there you go. Weird things.
Grease is usually associated with animal fat. and oil is usually associated with like liquid,
Yeah,
um,
often plant
usually
based.
plant-based oil, but it could be animal oils, I guess, like
mineral oils for
whale
that
oil.
matter.
Sorry, or
Or
mineral oils. Yeah,
oils.
yeah. Hey, Mimsy.
Are you having a little stretch, Mimsy? What are you doing? I was just.
She is looking quite healthy.
Yeah, she's
for
been
her
responding
age.
to the medication, but you can tell she's still a bit grumpy. She just randomly throws up and shits around the place occasionally. Not all the time, just sometimes. And you can see she's trying to get comfortable, and it's like, oh no, every joint in my body fucking hurts. I can't get comfortable.
Yeah.
I empathize, Mimsy.
I mean, she's still ancient. So
She is. She's 17 or 18.
damn, that's old for a
Yeah,
cat.
very few. Yeah, as I say, in
She's
terms of
like graduating high school.
yeah, in human body wear and tear and longevity thing, she's someone in their 80s with arthritis, kidney disease, liver disease, and several other
Yeah, okay.
things. She's still kicking along. And speaking of people who are 80 with liver disease, Pat wants to join us. That's true, isn't it?
Damn, Kirsten. Awesome.
So, oh wow, 19. That's pretty legendary for a
Yeah.
cat. We don't know Mimsy's exact age because she was somewhere, I don't know, 8 to 16 months old when we got her. Bit indeterminate. You're a bit quiet
Well,
tonight, Pat.
I am going to.
Who?
I'm not going anywhere, but I am 3D printing something
Ooh,
currently.
very exciting.
And it's got 45 minutes left, so I'm gonna sit back and do some crochet.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Project on the go, so I'm gonna do that.
Yes. Kirsten, I agree it is not cool that your friend has been getting Instagram ads for pet euthanasia or cremation.
Oh, fuck.
That is
Yeah,
that is
okay.
not cool.
That's so weird.
Yeah. Just saying, for whatever reason, your volume's really low tonight, Pat.
Oh man! Oh whoopsie!
Which is better than it being too loud. Yes, Jude. I think Mimsy's roughly. She's not just around 84. She's like an 84-year-old with multiple health issues, but she's struggling on.
Your hair volume is looking great, though, Pat.
Oh, man.
You must have a good hair care routine.
Yeah, my sister cut my hair.
It washes it in mother's milk. No?
No.
No.
No,
Now you go to one of
Father's
those
milk?
places that sell you the unprocessed milk and wash your hair in that. I don't think.
Father's milk, or maybe father's glue.
Yikes!
No.
Oh god, yes, we're going back to the glue brush.
No, no.
Hey, well, while we're here, glue brush.
That is a perfectly innocuous glue brush.
Glue brush.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think a much more accurate meme to have used for that glue brush image, rather than the guy from Emperor's New Groove, who in the poison, Cusco's poison, the poison we made for Cusco, he is actually talking about Cusco's poison. It's not code. It kind of should be Dr. Evil going glue brush.
So, firstly, I haven't seen that movie, Emperor's New Groove. Secondly, I don't know what the fuck those round things were, and didn't get the meme at all. And I was
Painting
like,
it on.
glue brush?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Painting the spat. Yeah, why the ball was there, I don't know.
Okay, so that wasn't just me. Okay, I have to do.
Yeah. So, yeah, but actually, Emperor's New Groove, really quite good. That came out when my young'uns were young'uns. I watched it a lot. It's probably not as sort of high profile as great big Disney hits, but quality-wise, it is definitely one of the better quality ones from that era. Yeah, see, Kirsten knows what's up.
So there's a bunch of movies I haven't seen
Yeah.
that people are just like, what? And like every time I tell Will I've never seen Nightmare Before Christmas,
Right.
like it's his favorite movie of all time. He tries to get me to watch it. I couldn't get past the opening number.
Okay.
Apparently it's a musical, and I just
It is, yes.
couldn't get past it. I had not seen Forrest Gump up until a couple of years ago. Like
Okay.
literally, like it was a pandemic movie that I watched.
Yeah.
I haven't watched any Fast or Furious movies.
No, neither have I. None of them.
I haven't watched. I'd only watched Twilight last year.
Still haven't watched Twilight.
Sorry, 2021. 2021. Forgetting that it's 23
It's another
now.
year now.
It's a whole, yeah. So yes, I haven't seen Emperor's New Groove. I also haven't seen Beauty and the Beast.
I haven't
seen a lot of Disney movies. I'm not a Disney movie person.
Yeah. Well, Emperor's New Groove, not a musical. It has that going for it.
Okay.
No songs.
I've seen a bunch of Pixar movies.
Yep. I've seen most Pixar movies.
I can't hear you, Pat.
Sorry. Yeah. It's very hard to hear you. Yeah, I mean, well, like I haven't sat through E.T. beginning to end. So
oh god,
people my age, when they hear I haven't watched E.T., I've seen bits of it. I've seen whole chunks. I
have technically seen E.T. I was maybe 4 at the time. I don't know when it was released, but I saw it as a kid when it was released, and not once since. I have seen Close Encounters of the Third Kind umpteen times.
Yeah,
like fucking love that movie. But a kids movie, never really my thing.
Yeah,
the only kids movie I even liked as a kid was the Transformers movie.
Okay.
The animated one.
Yeah, I actually rewatched Close Encounters not long ago. It's just one of those things where you turn the
director's
TV
cut
on.
or the theatrical.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was just the theatrical cut.
Okay.
Because the director's cut finishes with the inside of the spaceship. It's weird that I can't remember clearly how it ended.
Yeah, because the theatrical, he just walks in the ship and it takes off.
Yeah.
Spoiler warning.
Yeah, but I have seen the
movie.
special cut where you see the inside of the ship. It's weird. I can't remember. I think this one.
I don't remember.
Theatrical cut.
Yeah, I don't remember it.
Yeah, but just flicking on the TV and it's on, and I was going, this was a good movie. Oh, how does this hold up some 40 years later? Still pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, it's Spielberg, so
yeah. So it's really well made.
Yeah.
But yeah, just
and of course, 2001. Yes. I will go to great lengths if that's ever playing at the Astor Theatre. I will actually go watch it. That shit is my jam. They often play it at the Astor.
Yeah, I haven't seen it for a little while. But yeah.
And I do understand the ending when he goes through the Stargate.
I think the ending
because I've read the novel.
If you took your acid at the right point just after the credits roll,
if you read the book, it makes more sense. But just watching the movie, it's like, what the fuck? But yeah, there's context in the novel, which Arthur C. Clarke wrote at basically the same time as the screenplay was written. They collaborated. both he and Kubrick collaborated on the movie, and
Yeah.
he wrote the novel, and he actually set it in and around Saturn.
Yeah.
But Kubrick took advantage of the fact that the Voyager spacecraft had just done a flyby of Jupiter and had
Right.
just brought back a
New
bunch of
images.
pictures of Jupiter. So he changed it to Jupiter because he had all these awesome pictures, and all
Yeah.
the pictures of Saturn were shit because
Yeah.
there were no actual photos. So
Yeah.
Clark eventually changed it to Jupiter in the
Right.
second book, 2010 Odyssey 2.
Hmm.
But the novel, it wasn't even a novelization. It
Yeah.
he wrote it and the screenplay
Yeah.
as separate things.
Yeah.
Was Saturn. So yeah, trivia.
Sorry, I just want to go. Yeah, Odyssey 2, Odyssey 2 space. It's like
And then there was a third book, 2061 Odyssey 3, which featured Halley's Comet because it comes back around.
Oh yeah, okay.
And it has the return and it has has this plot of Dave and Hal still there, still on Europa, but if you'll remember the end of, there was actually a movie made of 2010, which I actually do recommend. It was made at the height of the Cold War. So there was Russia and the US as enemies, and the astronauts and the cosmonauts going to Jupiter were frenemies. But the end of the movie / book, the monolith turns Jupiter into a star.
Which would have implications.
Sorry?
That would have implications.
It did. Yeah. Broad ranging. Oh, yes. Suffer. Thank you. It was USSR, not Russia.
Yes.
Yes. Very important distinction.
Back then. Yes.
Yes. So in 2061, 2063, maybe. Oh. Jupiter goes out because it didn't have enough fuel. That's why it didn't become a star in the first place.
Uh-huh.
And it was really just a training ground for the Dave and Hal entity to experiment with life.
Right.
And the humans get caught up in that because they're flying around. They're not allowed to land on Europa, but one of them accidentally does, and they crash there. And it's actually a good read. And then there's a fourth book. It was Clark in his twilight years, and as with all great authors, he was past his prime, and it was more just like speculative circle jerking instead of anything groundbreaking. But it was 3001, where remember Frank Poole from the first book that Hal killed when he was out on a spacewalk and yanked the air hose. They find his body floating around space in orbit around the sun, like far out in the around past the asteroid belt. But they find his body, and they actually manage to revive him, and it's a whole fish out of water story. It's not bad, but it's nothing groundbreaking. So yeah, but I have them all. I have them all up on my bookshelf. So
neat. Yeah. Well, I like that.
Cool.
So
yeah, in the fourth book, Clark speculates a bunch of 1,000-year in the future technology. He's gone beyond space elevators. He hasn't done he didn't do warp drives or anything like that. In fact, he said it he stuck with the whole it's really, really hard to do space travel. And they've barely even explored other stars. like they're just doing it slow with robots.
Yeah.
But what they've done is they've built this giant ring around Earth with 4 massive towers on the equator. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like and I mean like these towers are large, like wider than city blocks,
Yeah.
and they go all the way up to geostationary orbit, which
Mhm.
is hundreds of kilometers past
Yeah.
where it's like a third of the way to the moon.
Yeah. Getting out of the
And
gravity well.
yeah, so you can travel up an literal elevator and just go into orbit, and it's great. So
Yeah.
and things like that, and brain machine interfaces, and
Yeah.
he speculates about vacuum energy, which turns out to be not a thing in real life, but he didn't know that. And he yeah, with free energy, and this is going to happen when we crack fusion.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is actually going to be a problem. Like, it's a global warming issue, literally.
Yes.
When we get free energy from fusion,
Hmm.
we're gonna have an abundance of energy. And what does energy turn into when you have a bunch of appliances?
Heat.
Exactly. And so in the book, he says everyone had free energy. And so everyone had like a TV in every room, and they had a bunch of shit everywhere. And they found that all this energy was just turning into heat and
Yeah.
just slow. And they had to like limit their energy use. So they didn't cook themselves that way. So
Yeah.
I thought it was a good take.
It's an interesting idea. I could see that turning cities into horrific heat sinks.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Because
yeah, heat traps.
yeah,
Like
walk
it would just
past
trap
the
the heat. Yeah.
big TV, you feel the radiant heat from it.
Yeah.
And literally, yeah,
Exactly.
fridges pump heat out the back, and air conditioning systems pump heat away. And
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah,
he
but
could be
like,
onto something there. Yeah,
yeah, like, I mean, assuming we get climate change under control, we get greenhouse gases, the levels down, and we
yeah,
get climate back to normal. I mean, this is like wishful thinking, right? And
yeah,
then we get free energy. So we've got a stable environment, then add free energy. You've suddenly got more heat being created, and we just radiate a bunch of heat. And
yeah,
it would probably do some, like, it would be like a second climate problem.
yeah. Yeah, well, aren't we? We're pretty good at inventing new problems.
Yeah,
So
we really are.
it's pretty
Yeah.
wild. The book I read or listened to the audiobook of recently, written by the guy who is famous for writing The Martian. This guy makes an interstellar flight. He's in suspended animation for years. Well, in an induced coma, not suspended animation, for years. And he meets an alien there who is facing the same problem Earth's facing, and they're both trying to solve it. But these aliens who are, ooh, am I still here? Yes.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah.
knocked my cable out. I've
Oh
gone to
no,
Wi-Fi.
you're good.
All right.
You're good.
Cool.
Hang on a second. Okay. So, yeah, he meets an alien, which is fun, and they work out how to communicate with one another. And it's very different, different physiology, very different planet. But these aliens also developed an interstellar craft, and they just happened to live, for 800 to 1,000 years, so they didn't have to do anything. But they worked out interstellar flight, but they had never discovered relativity, and they also didn't know about radiation. So their ship wasn't radiation shield because they live in liquid. They live on a high gravity planet. They're spidery looking things. They're like crustaceans.
Yeah. Okay.
And they live in liquid.
Oh, of course. Water is really, really good at absorbing
Yeah,
ionizing radiation.
yeah,
Like surprisingly good.
yeah. So they had never discovered radiation. So the vast majority of the crew was killed by radiation in space. Some
Damn.
by accident. The engineering section had shielding because of their drive. So the
Yeah,
engineer was
okay.
the only one who didn't die. And he didn't know why. Why did everyone die? And he described it. And the dude's going, the human's going, that's radiation poisoning. And he was like, what's radiation? And he tries to explain there is energy. And they said, no, there's nothing in space. And he goes, no, there is. There is an
Wow. Like how do you
energy.
get into space without knowing about radiation? Like
Yeah, and that
like
was because
it's electromagnetic
yeah,
radiation. Like
yeah. So, but also there was a fun little bit because the guy who writes this is a fucking nerd. You only have to have read or watched the movie The Martian to realize what a nerd he is.
Yep.
Um,
This is Andy Weir, yeah?
Andy Weir, yeah. And there's
Yeah.
lots of maths and lots of whatnot. Single funniest line in the book. This guy he keeps doing experiment because he wakes up and he has no memory. And I'm on a spaceship. How did I get here? And no, actually, he doesn't know he's on a spaceship. I'm somewhere, and I can't remember.
Yep.
And he just does a series of experiments because he's a scientist. He does a series of experiments, and he's going like, "Gravity's wrong. Why is gravity wrong?" And he eventually works out that's acceleration. I'm accelerating, and he eventually works
Yep.
out he's on a spaceship.
Okay. Well, there's no experiment you can do to tell the difference between gravity and acceleration.
And
They
that's
are
what he,
absolutely indistinguishable.
yeah,
Indistinguishable.
yeah. And he works out gravity's higher than it should be. Why is gravity higher than it should be?
Oh well, yeah,
And
like
he's
that would
going,
do it.
either I'm on some huge fucking centrifuge that's whirling me around, or I'm on a spaceship. I'm on a spaceship that's traveling so fast, gravity's too high. And
Yeah.
and so he does all that shit, leading to the great. He does all these little things where he calculates all these various things to understand what's happening. And at one point, he's going like, because it's all in the first person, and he's going like, well, okay, so that means that and that. And so the value is going to be about this. I could do the math to get it precise. Actually, you know what? It's going to bug the hell out of me if I don't. So I'm going to do.
Yep.
Andy was such a nerd. But yeah, and he has a whole bit where he explains relativity to the alien because they'd never discovered relativity. He's going, because the engineer's going, this didn't make sense. We're going this speed and we're heading towards a thing. Got there way faster than all our predictions said I'd get there. And then we started to decelerate, and all my instruments said the star was further away now. Like, what the fuck is that? And he's going, the human's going, oh, did you guys never get relativity?
Yeah.
And so he starts to explain traveling close to the closer you get to the speed of light, you get time dilation.
Yep.
And the alien's going, well, that's just trippy as fuck. What's that?
God. Yeah. Okay.
It's a fun
What
read.
were they traveling in? Like a steampunk spaceship or something?
The aliens? No. It was a huge, very. Again, they were an incredibly intelligent race. They could create a spaceship, but they'd missed a couple of things. They knew about energy and whatnot. They didn't know about radiation. They didn't know about relativity.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I grant you that we've probably missed a bunch of stuff as well.
Yeah, almost definitely.
Yeah. Safa, why do you think The Martian was boring? Like the book or the movie? Because
I'm going to go with.
I haven't read the book. I thought the movie was. I thought the movie was good. It had factual inconsistencies with real life.
Yeah.
But it was a good movie. Like I found it very entertaining.
Yeah.
Your opinion is wrong, is what I'm saying.
Heine, that is absolutely untrue. You absolutely can fertilize food with human poop. There are certain risks attached to that. So you are actually factually wrong. Safa is opinionally wrong. You're factually wrong.
Or don't be wrong on the internet.
Yeah. Because
Unless you're looking for, unless you don't know something and you want to find the answer,
Yeah.
then be wrong on purpose.
Then be wrong on the internet. Yeah. Because people can't resist correcting you. On a mass production scale, if food was fertilized with human feces, we'd probably get sick because other people's poop would make us sick. But if you fertilize with your own poop, that can actually be very health giving for you. But at least won't. It's not likely to make you sick. But also, the guy in The Martian does something where he works out, to make my poop an effective fertilizer, I need to mix it with this and this. But
he
yes,
also uses other people's poop.
Yeah. He works out how to make it effective with Martian soil, basically.
But also, it's freeze dried, and wouldn't it be sterilized?
I don't know. I don't know that degree of detail. I just know that as a simple statement of fact, you absolutely can use human poop as fertilizer because it has nutrients that will work for plants. It can introduce health issues. I mean, that's basically where cholera comes from, human poop getting in the water. So it's other, although again, God, look up poop transplants. That is fucking hilarious. The fact that they've worked out
that has basis in science.
Yeah.
And it's embarrassing, but it's a thing.
Yeah. Sometimes some people's
transplants.
gut flora is critically damaged, and it causes a whole spectrum of health disorders that are very profound. And they literally worked out you can transplant someone else's poop up their butt so it gets into their gut flora and it can rebalance the person's system, which is fucking hilarious as far as I'm concerned. Getting the poop transplant. Oh, Jude's saying Neil deGrasse Tyson likes The Martian. It's funny because the major plot point is the one bit that's absolutely false. The storm on the surface of Mars.
Yes.
And Andy Weir sheepishly goes, I know that everything we know says this isn't possible, but it was my big major plot device to keep things moving along.
Surely he could have figured something out, like a Mars quake, or
I don't know. It's just what he thought of.
Like dust storms are real, but the particulates in a dust storm is literally dust, not tiny rocks.
Yeah.
The atmosphere is so thin that it can't pick up tiny rocks. It is dust, and it cannot blow over a spaceship. A hurricane, a force 5 hurricane on Mars would be a gentle breeze to us.
Yeah. Talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson in the movies, because lots of people hate it if he gets pedantic and says that wouldn't work and that wouldn't. And now I think it's become a bit that he does. But my all-time favorite thing he did was years ago, that Sandra Bullock movie, Gravity. And he just said, there's a whole bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of really good and interesting stuff in there. There's some things you could pick on in there. But really, gravity plays no role in the plot of this movie. The movie should have been called Angular Momentum.
Angular Momentum. Yep.
Which is actually a really cool name for a movie, I think.
Yep.
But that was a very funny line to me. Call it Angular Momentum.
Yeah. My biggest bugbear of that movie is they completely ignored orbital speeds and orbital inclinations of the Hubble Space Telescope, the International Space Station, and the Chinese Space Station.
Yeah, they're all incredibly different orbits, aren't they?
They're
Like
not
super
just
different.
not just, and if I could use an aid,
Yes.
this is Earth. This juggling ball is Earth, all right? And
Yeah.
just say I'll just use these as the poles, and this
Yeah.
is the equator, right?
Yeah.
If you have an equatorial orbit,
Orbit.
that's at 0 degrees inclination.
Yeah.
If you have like a 5-degree inclination, which is about what the moon is, it orbits at 5 degrees. So it
Yeah.
orbits like this. So
Yeah.
it's there's the camera, so it's like that. And so the space station, the International Space Station, is something like that. Like it's at I think 35, maybe 40-degree inclination. So and what that does, the Earth spins underneath it. So there's no guarantee that, just say you've got a satellite in equatorial 0-degree inclination, will ever align with the space station at that 35-degree
Yeah.
once at any one point. Like it's like, I mean, it might do it every few years or so, which is why they have to time that. They have windows where they launch rockets to the ISS.
Yeah.
They can't just do it at any time. They have to
Yeah.
match up when Florida is underneath the orbit of the station, and it lines up and going in the right direction and all that.
Yeah.
So, and then you have Mir, for example. I'm using Mir as an example because I know this one has the same orbital inclination as the moon. Well, had
Okay.
before it came down to Earth. So it was orbiting like this, which,
Yeah.
to their credit, I don't know how the fuck the USSR did that, because they don't have a launch site on that plane. Like to launch into an inclination directly, you have to have a launch site that actually meets that orbit. So if you have a very high inclination orbit, you need to have a launch site basically in the Arctic or Antarctic. Oh, Kazakhstan. Thank you. That would be it. Thank you, Safa. Safa bringing the science facts. Thank
He
you.
is, isn't he? Bringing a few
No,
facts on
that's
Robinson
perfect.
tonight.
That would actually be the perfect place to launch on a lunar orbit, Kazakhstan. Like it's way closer to the equator, than mainland Russia. So anyway,
my rocket. Sorry, very
so
bad Borat impersonation.
so the inclination, I don't remember what the inclination of Hubble is, but that aside, when you're looking at like a polar view of the Earth, you have the orbital distance as well.
Yeah.
The ISS orbits very close. It's actually touching the atmosphere. It's at about 230 kilometers above the Earth. Hubble is much further out. It's close enough that the space shuttle could service it, but not so close that it was touching any appreciable amount of atmosphere. So I think it was at about 350 kilometers. So it's 350 1,000 kilometers. Getting my, is it 1,000 or is it just in kilometers? What's the space line? I think
I do remember
is
they
that.
were
Then
at very different altitudes.
Yeah, so there are different altitudes, different orbital inclinations, and thus at different speeds as well.
Yeah.
And in the movie Gravity, everything was not only at the same speed, thus the same orbital, because you have to change speeds to change orbital altitude, but in exactly the same orbital inclination. And that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And that to me, that took me out of the whole movie. That was just like, what the fuck? It was so unbelievable to me.
Sorry, Safa.
yeah.
I assume we're talking about a YouTube channel or something here, because that's a really interesting sentence. Bolden bankrupt.
Oh yes.
Invaded Kazakhstan space launch station.
There was a YouTuber who invaded is a strong word, but they basically did. Yeah, they less than legally visited this abandoned building in the middle of nowhere, not knowing what was inside. Lo and behold,
Soviet
there
space
was
shuttles.
a Soviet space shuttle, and took some great footage. It was quite remarkable.
Yep, that's pretty wild.
Yeah, awesome is indeed the word I would use for that, Suffer.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it reminds me, other books I've been going through. I've been mixing things up with.
I just found an actual globe of.
Oh, there you go. A little.
Whoa!
But it's kind of hard to see because it's transparent.
Yeah,
it's glass.
Got stuff etched on the surface.
It's got the earth etched on it.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I just happen to have this lying on my desk, and it's like it's got this little stand, and I had it on the windowsill, and then realized, hang on, do not put anything spherical on your windowsill.
Oh yes,
ever.
the lens.
Don't do it because it's a lens. Yes. I remember hearing a story about someone buying these crystals from this one of those hippie crystal stores, and they were like these crystal balls. It's very similar to this one I happen to have. This is an amethyst.
Whoa!
That I do have on my windowsill, but this one's not a problem. But she had to, she bought these like quartzes and stuff, and the hippie store owner said, "Don't put them on your windowsill," and the buyer said, "Oh, will it like harness bad energies or something?" Or something hippie-ish like that, and the store owner said, "No, it'll set your house on fire."
Oh man!
And oh yeah, it'll be a lens.
Yeah.
There
Good.
they are.
I was going to say, on the
because I have 3 juggling balls.
Oh, of course,
juggling.
Juggling balls travel in 3s. Nice.
That's cool.
My camera has gone way out of focus. There we
now
are.
it's come back in focus. There you go. That's better. I think I'm the only person who graduated from my uni course without learning to juggle. I think literally everyone else learned to juggle, and I didn't.
Have I told you how I learned to juggle story?
Please tell.
I was in the height of my depression years, and I had been to psychiatrist after psychiatrist, tried different medications, and I had heard the term treatment-resistant depression over and over again. And if you are hearing that from your psychiatrist, it's kind of a bummer. It's very demotivating. So it didn't really help. But the last psychiatrist I saw privately, he actually sent me off to this clinic, a public clinic attached to St. Vincent's called the Clarendon Clinic. And they take a bit more of a holistic approach and got my medication sorted. But they also had, St. Vincent's has this program called, what was it called? Complex Care. Complex Care has discretionary funding for whatever the patients need. So you can't just go there. You need a referral, obviously. But once you're a patient under Complex Care's care, they have funding to do whatever. So they got a cleaner to help me improve my living situation. They got funding for this and that. But then like things were starting to turn around, and I was so desperate that when I went to the Clarendon Clinic, I just they do case management and psychiatry and just so much awesome stuff. And I was just so sick of being suicidal that I just decided, I don't care what they say. I'm going to say yes to everything. I'm so sick of being depressed. It was
Okay.
10 years of my life that depression stole from me.
Yeah.
And it really did feel like that. I lost 10 years of my life to depression. And I'm just going to say yes to everything and see what sticks, because I've got nothing left. Like I'm done. Like, that was my attitude. So Complex Care came along, and they had just funding for stuff. And anything they said, oh, we're going to do this thing, I just said yes to everything.
Okay.
I did like a coffee making barista course. I did radio DJ course, and music production. And I produced a 10-minute radio spot of like a pre-recorded radio thing for 3RRR that got played on air.
Nice.
So one of the things was Circus Oz.
Yes.
Go to Circus Oz and learn the basics of various performing arts.
Yep.
And I have chronic fatigue and fibro, but yes, I say yes to everything. And there was some of the things I couldn't do, and some of the things I really enjoyed. Tightrope was a bit hard. I really liked
tightrope either. Yeah.
The board on the big tube thing.
Yes.
Where you have to balance. That was fun.
Yeah.
But then one day they like, and it was only for like a couple of hours every week. It wasn't hard or anything. It was like, it was really gentle. Then one week they brought out juggling balls. And there was a group of us as patients. There was like 4 or 5 of us. And they started going through all the beginner steps of how to juggle. And I'd never juggled in my life, never tried to juggle.
Yeah.
And for some reason, my body already knew how to do it. And I just picked everything up just like that.
Yeah.
And by the end of the day, I was juggling. Like, I mean, I exaggerate a little bit, but I was actually juggling by the end of that day.
If you focus, it's not actually that difficult to do.
I don't know how I did that.
Well,
to this
good job,
day,
anyway.
I was just like, and I could see the actual performer who was teaching. I could see them smiling because they could see me just instinctively know how to do it. Fucked if I know how I did that. It just happened naturally. So that's how I learned to juggle. Apparently, it was a skill I had all along.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
there you go.
I did some acrobatics at college, but I was not you kind of get the understander, the base person, that was me, and the flyer, the person who goes up. They're different skills. Being sort of a stocky guy, understander was more me.
I dated someone who did acrobatics.
Yeah.
And she was usually the base person.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's a whole skill. What you learn is the weight that you're taking of other people. You learn how to get it to go straight down through your body. So it's actually really easy to support them. It's like, it's a whole, or in some cases, multiple people, but it goes straight down your body. And we did this one thing, which blew other people at the college's mind, building a fairly large human pyramid. Like the baseline was 8 people, and so the next line was 7 people. Then
Oh
it was
man.
so you get the thing where the person up the top is up
Damn.
really high, but each person learns they're putting a hand and knee on your
Yep.
shoulder, so you're transmitting it straight down, and it's weirdly easy to do if you do it right. So the people on the bottom have whole tiers of people above them, but it's actually not difficult when you learn how to do it
Yeah.
right. But the interesting thing is getting down from a pyramid, because if someone goes down, if the weight shifts, it'll collapse and
Yeah.
hurt someone. So actually the easiest, safest, and definitely quickest way is for everyone to do this thing. You do on a count, and everyone, instead of being on their hands and knees, throws their arms and legs straight out, and you plank, and you go poof, you collapse the pyramid. And there's a huge amount of trust and faith required in that.
Don't people like bang their heads and shit?
No, you just do poof, and yeah, the person at the top falls quite a way.
Are they in free fall?
Yeah, you just go douche. But you have
Damn.
to coordinate it. If you're out of sync, people will fall
Yep.
and hurt themselves. So we worked out
Okay.
the signal. We did this performance in the hall in front of all these people. We'd build the pyramid, and I was like emceeing this bit. I wasn't in the pyramid, and yeah, we're watching and everyone's getting amazed at how high the pyramid's getting because it's looking a bit weird. And then the joke was I'd go at the end, and there you go, the human pyramid. Everyone go, ooh, you go, next semester they said they'll teach us how to get down from the human pyramid, but we don't know how to do that yet. And the cue, rather than going 1, 2, 3, because that was too obvious, one of the guys on the bottom, he's going, we're going to do a joke where I pretend to sneeze, but it's going to be cartoony. I'm really loudly, instead of 1, 2, 3, I'm going to go chew. And on chew, we all just go shunk and plank. And it
Cool.
gave the audience just long enough to go, is he joking that they don't know how to get down? And then the pyramid just goes shunk and collapses, and the audience goes, fuck!
Oh, that's great. Oh, just getting what I 3D printed.
Ooh, a lattice.
Static.
It's like he's building a
hexagon-
beehive.
Hexagons are the vestigons.
Yeah. So
And
what's the practical
dead flat.
application of this?
This is going to be, I'm going to mount it on the wall.
Yeah.
And it's, instead of pegboards for tools,
Yeah.
it's hexagon wall for tools. And it
But they hang
comes
off the
at
bit.
like, and there are like hexagonal pegs that clip into each hole.
Yeah.
Where you can mount all your tools. So it's a pegboard, but it's hexagonal.
Oh, it looks very cool.
Doesn't it? Yeah.
As you say,
This
hexagons
one's-
are the vestigons.
Yes. And yeah, this print was a bit of an experiment. I printed it without a brim around it to see if it would warp, and it did not. It is dead flat. So
Wow.
I am
Nice.
super happy with that. That's where the
Nice.
bed was. For large flat prints like this, the edges tend to warp up.
Warp a bit, yeah.
Yeah, because of just the way plastic shrinks when it cools down, and
Yeah.
because you're building it up in layers. Like
Yeah.
the bottom layers have cooled down already. Then you're putting a warm plastic on it. It
Yes.
bonds to it, then shrinks and cools down, and so it tends to warp it up as it goes along. But this is dead flat, and I'm super
Nice.
happy. So,
Nice.
because this first one I printed with like a 3mm brim. Where did the brim go? Here it is. Here, around it.
There you go.
And it just, like, I had to get my deburring tool to like get all
Smooth it off.
yeah, and it was just a pain in the ass. Whereas this is good to go straight off the print bed.
Nice.
So I'm so happy with that.
That's very cool.
and it only took like 3 hours to print.
There you go. So didn't we have
Hey!
this conversation on another stream? Wrap that around us.
Yes,
Do you get
because I was playing a game that had a lot of hexagons around a planet, and you have to add, what was it, 24 pentagons or something like that?
I just remember us having that conversation at one point. Yeah.
Yes. Before we leave, yes. I'm waiting for the sequel. 12.
Okay.
Oh, it was 12. I thought it was a multiple of 12.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, so that's what I'm printing at the moment, and I've been printing what's called, they've dubbed it. It's this open source storage system called Gridfinity.
Okay.
And you get, like, this is the base.
Yeah.
And it's got little holes for magnets, and you can print the base off in different sizes to match whatever, drawers or whatever. And they fit together side by side, and there are a bunch of like receptacles. This is a bin that fit neatly into the pattern, into the base in any configuration. And so there are tons of different bins you can get, and you can customize your own to match your tools and not just bins, but just like some people have built like designed, to hold calipers and driver bits, and this is for holding like little screws. I don't know if you can see it properly, but it's got like an angled base.
Yeah.
And the base has the same magnets, and it just fits together nicely. So you put the base in a drawer, and then the bins just sit on top of the base and just sit there. And the design philosophy is that everything's out in the open where you can see instead of tucked away. So yeah, I'm really happy with that. This is another Gridfinity bin.
All right.
This is just a shallow open bin. This is another one that's got actual stuff in it. It's a divided bin, 4x4. That's shallow. And yeah, so it's very configurable, is what I'm saying.
Nice.
And it all fits together just like Lego.
Just like proprietary building blocks.
And the person who designed this built a hexagon fitting that holds a Gridfinity base. So you can put a Gridfinity bin on the hexagon wall.
Okay.
So I'll drink to that. Yay, 3D printing.
3D printing, woo!
For the win. So,
yeah, well, that would be another thing when I win lotto and open a distillery slash cafe slash bar slash builder maker zone. We'll just have a huge area for experimenting with 3D printing.
Awesome.
Safa, no, I actually don't put posters on my walls. Mind you, I have a bunch of hella class posters from the 80s of various bands who played at uni. And I have all these autographed posters that are just in the shed at the moment. I'm definitely not getting rid of because they're...
Say hello, Bella.
Hello, kitty. Oh, speaking of kitties, the picture that Kirsten actually shared on Discord, that's her giant thing, and there's a kitty at each end of it. What's all this then? What's all this then? So they're onto it. They know that something's happening there.
Yeah. You can get spray bottles with catnip oil in it.
Oh, wow.
If you spray a bit of that into the crate
Yeah,
on the day of departure,
yeah.
the
they'll
cats
get
will be
right
so
in there.
intensely curious they'll go right into it. Oh,
Yeah.
Bella. Oh, kitty.
Yeah. So I was just also thinking, a thing that popped into my mind because we were talking sciencey things. I've been interspersing the audiobooks I listen to, fiction and non-fiction, and one I listened to a little while ago, Bill Bryson's A Short History of Everything. He's most known as a travel writer. He's a very good travel writer, but he said, and I was slightly disappointed at how out of date this book was because I don't know, it's 10 or 20 years old. So a lot of the stuff he sort of says in it, it's like, oh, we now know that's not the case. Or like Pluto hadn't been declared a non-planet when he was talking on this. But it's generally good because he's basically just said, I spent a couple of years being super fucking annoying to really smart scientists, just asking them the dumbest questions that I didn't know the answers to, and gathering all this info. And bits of it are historical, bits of it are cultural. A lot of it's science, not all of it's science. But we were talking about space and planets and whatnot. And the one bit that blew my mind that I was not aware of is the whole thing where he goes, humans actually don't understand the scale of the cosmos. A lot of people think they do. The overwhelming majority, their conception of the size of the cosmos is completely wrong. And he just went, even our solar system. And he's talking about, you've seen your thing with the planets and blah, blah, blah. If it was actually to scale and you had, like the sun was the size of this orange, and then all the planets were the appropriate distance away, they're like, Pluto would be half a kilometer away. And I was like, what? And I actually
and it would be minuscule.
It would be a speck of dust as well. Yeah. Earth would be a pea. If this was the sun, Earth would be a pea. But Pluto would be a speck, and it would be hundreds of meters away. And I looked it up because I thought, I just remember that fact. Pluto's average Earth's average distance from the sun is 93 million miles. Pluto's average distance from the sun is 3.7 billion miles. And it's like, what the fuck?
It's difficult to conceptualize.
That is so far away. And that was one of my favorite things where there was a couple of chapters where he's just going, everything you think you know is wrong. You don't actually understand. And he was just doing all these examples, and it was like, Pluto's that far away? I didn't know Pluto was that far away.
It's
out in the Oort
exceptionally
cloud,
far away.
It was like, my God.
Oh, it's the Kuiper Belt.
That's right, the Kuiper Belt. Thank you. That's the right name.
Yes.
It's a whole bunch of asteroids out there. You're going to Sleepy Bobo. Oh, yes. Mrs. Angry is going Sleepy Bobos. I should duck out and get my CPAP machine, my headgear, so I don't have to disturb her to get it. So what's going on? Is that going to freak out introvert Abigail? I was thinking I could actually put a
video on.
How about
put an AIDSy video on.
Yeah. What about my speech at AIDSy's memorial?
Yeah, sounds good. Where you wrecked the MC's ending.
Yeah, I wrecked his thing. Oh wow, what is this? It's not working. It's on Vimeo.
Isn't Vimeo a YouTube thing anyway? Or is Vimeo a whole other thing as well?
As far as I know, it's a whole other thing. You know what? It's not working. It's doing something weird, and I don't know why. So what I'll do is I'll open YouTube and I will put on some wacky AIDSy video because
there's a bunch of stuff. Because did you know that New Year's Day is actually also a bunch of stuff becomes goes out of copyright?
Oh yeah, apparently it's a big year for stuff that goes into the public domain.
Yeah, public domain. Yeah, so like the final book of Arthur Conan Doyle's fucking what's his name?
Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock
Because
Holmes.
the Conan
And
Doyle estate have been a pack of shitheads for
yeah, he's
decades.
they're almost as bad as what's his name? Christopher Tolkien's son, Steve, I think. Stephen Tolkien.
As soon as you
Who's
say
just-
Steve, I thought, yeah, he
Oh.
sounds like a prick.
Yes, the grandson of J.R.
Yeah.
Tolkien is just a money-hungry butt face, and that's how we got Amazon's fanfic of power.
Oh, because he sold it to
Um,
them.
Yeah, he just wanted the money.
All right.
He was a real
I am
shit
going
about
to
too.
share the sort of video that AZ would like, get me cancelled for. AZ being your racist grandpa, basically. And the whole story behind this, we were in a studio in Yarraville called Kindred, and they had this weird old radiogram there, and AZ said, I just want to sit next to this and be the person who listened to this. And I went, yep. And I set the camera up. And so this is, let me go. We do the present. This will give me enough minutes to go and get my thing. Great racist.
I'm going to grab a drink as well, I think.
Yeah. So I'll just put that on full
Stretch
screen.
my legs. Okay.
So we can do that. I'll turn my microphone off, make it full screen.
Sure.
And meet racist grandpa AZ. So,
well, thank you very much for having me this fine day. I appreciate it. I appreciate that you'd spend some time with your elders. And I wanted to come in today and speak to you about a terrible and unforgivable thing. I don't like the way that the young people of today call the ladies bitches. That's completely unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. Back in my day, we didn't ever show such rudeness to the ladies. A lady is a lady and she's to be treated as such. Well, back in our day, if we weren't happy with a young girl, we wouldn't call her a bitch. That would be a horrible thing. If she didn't do what she was told, we punched her in the face. That was how it went back then. And she'd like it too. Well, she said she'd like it afterwards, and then there were many times when, after a good slap around or a kicking on the floor, a young girl would have to stay indoors and tell the doctor that she'd run into the door again or damaged herself doing yard work. But I tell you what, that house would be clean afterwards too. And it's all about politeness. Politeness. That's what you're looking for. Don't call them names. Use violence behind closed doors. Yes. It's different, of course, today. Everyone goes around yelping and greeting and screaming and musing and kvetching about what's this and what's that and reclaiming the day and touching the night and all kinds of carpe homing. But no, back in those days, a young lady, if she'd copped a punch or two to the face or lost a tooth, she'd keep quiet. And that made the world go round, and you'd get a cup of tea out of it too. Yes, yes.
So, Grandpa, that's what's different with the ladies these days. How have things changed with regards to foreigners since your day?
Oh, nothing's changed with regard to foreigners. Sambos and bloody jippos, they're everywhere. They breed like rats and they leave lice under the eaves. I caught a Muslim laying eggs under my eaves the other day. Just pops out completely whole. Off to bloody be a muscle man praying to some kind of mountain. It's disgusting. No, that's what shotguns are for.
So, Grandpa, with your insights, do you think you could help the troubled youth of today if they came to you for advice?
Yes, I do. I do think I could. I've still got a razor strop handy and a couple of tans at the back and a little bit of priesty hole, and those boys understand what's what. I tell you that much.
Well, what I'm thinking, Grandpa, is not so much them come and see you personally,
Yeah.
but maybe if they sent you a message asking you what they wanted to know the answer to, you could answer them.
Oh, I suppose I don't read the thing on the phone. I don't twat or anything like that. But I could do that. Yes, yes, I could. If they had burning questions like the itch or something, I could tell them what parts of the cells to cut off, and then get over it. Yes, I'd be happy to do that. Yes, yes. And why don't you bugger off? So I want me pills. Yes. No, I want my pills now. Go on, and have a cup of tea. Yes, I think so.
So that was racist Grandpa Raidsy. Oh, Bum Fungus, you tuned in just in time to see racist Grandpa Raidsy. We used to do so many of those things where we'd just be in an environment. Ooh, I had some of that earlier. That's nice. Oh, your microphone's off.
I'm
There you
just
go.
pouring myself
A gin.
gin and soda.
Ooh, nice. That is a tasty gin.
With a big old block of ice in it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Don't know
what
if
makes
you
it
can
class.
see it in
A
this
big block
glass.
of ice.
Yeah. So I have a date tomorrow
Nice.
with
So
the
do
lovely
I.
Abigail. Oh, yay. Date night.
Date night.
It's weird me having a date. It's just, I
it's-
organized it at AIDS's funeral, which I thought was
I remember
on
that.
point.
Yes. Yeah.
Even boss of the house approved of that.
Oh yeah.
So today I organized like the time and what we're up to, and I found out that she stopped drinking, so I'm not gonna be drinking on my date, which is
Oh,
fine.
good.
I don't mind.
There you go.
Yeah, she was drinking a lot of wine, so she wanted to stop. Oh, Kirsten. Oh,
What do you get? Oh
and
yes,
she
the
rose.
straight chai gin. It's what I made
Yes.
I made my gin sour with that earlier tonight, actually.
Cheers. So
Cheers.
here's to date night.
Yes. Cheers tonight.
I'll be having dinner and then going back to her place of board games.
Oh,
Love a
actually,
board
okay,
game.
here's the thing. Do you want to see the most technically complicated video I ever shot with AIDS, where I tried to do
Ooh.
special effects?
Oh, is
And
this the one with the cake?
This is the cake is a lie one,
The
yes.
cake one, yes.
Yeah, this is from May 2011, coming up on fucking 12 years ago. Jesus Christ.
It is a good gin, Kirsten.
Yeah, it is a good
Absolutely.
gin, yeah. Okay, so I called this video Playing to Win. I'll just do a quick share of it. Where are we? Share screen. All right. So do that. We'll put us down here and do it full screen. Oh wait, actually, I'm worried I did something wrong then. I'm just gonna second guess myself. Do it again. All right. So there we are. Right.
So, do you want to play AZ Special Jenga Challenge? Yeah, you do. Good. Sure. Good. Okay. Okay. Here it is. Okay. It's good. You go first. Alright. You're going to try and put it back in. Okay. Ah! You lost! Ha ha! 1-0. Yeah. Alright. Must be my turn. Whoops.
So,
Yeah,
did you lose?
Yeah, well, hey, guess whose turn it is? Your turn. Okay, let's... Ah! Yeah, 2-1, 2-1. But if it's your turn again, doesn't this just go on?
This is not the cake one.
It's a 5.
Oh, it's not. But I haven't seen this one that I remember.
Oh, shit.
Hey, you know
I have
what?
no idea
What?
what's going on.
You're always worried that I'm mean to you, that I'm cruel, never do anything for you. Yeah. I'm going to give you my turn, because I never give you anything, so I'm going to give you my turn.
It's very nice.
Yeah, because I'm nice. I'm going to give that to you.
Okay.
You go. Oh, that's too bad. You lost again.
Yes.
We'll play something else. Knifey Spoonie. Got your spoon?
Yes.
This'll be fun. So that wasn't the cake one. And I was
No,
going,
it was not.
I don't remember how this worked. I don't remember how this one ends. It just said playing to win, and it was...
At some point between 2011 and now,
Yeah.
I had a medical procedure that involved me losing some memories. So I
Right.
do not remember that particular video. I do remember the cake video.
Yeah.
The cake is a lie.
I did not remember that video.
And you were in it and
It-
made it.
Yeah, it's just that I have made literally thousands of...
Yeah,
All
of
right.
course.
But, okay. Now, because I brought it up, I want to play the cake video, because I now have found the cake video. It's so funny. Like every now and then, I'll get a comment on a really old video, and someone will go, "How about that when you did that?" No, and my camera's, dude, I have no fucking idea what I did in this video. Okay.
Oh damn! This is a good gin.
It is a good gin.
Oh.
It's a great gin, and I got it when it was like $10 or $15 off at Dan Murphy's. Good deal.
So did I.
Yeah,
I got it at the same time.
Excellent deal. All right, the cake is a lie. So, all right, that's there. So we'll go full
Embiggen it.
screen. Embiggen it. Don't flinch. Don't flinch. Wow, that was good. You didn't flinch at all. All right, relax now.
Oh.
You were so good. You deserve a reward.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think grief counselling and cake.
Grief counselling? Yay! That's the nicest thing ever.
The cake will be nice too.
Cake will be nice. I like cake. Cake is good. Can I have icing on?
Iced cake it is.
Yeah. Oh, can it be yellow?
Yellow for you is fine.
Okay. No, pink. Can I have pink?
You are so good, I will change it to pink.
Oh, sweet. Oh, hang on. No, blue. Can it be blue?
You're right. Blue is better. It shall be blue.
Oh, and can I have sprinkles on?
You're so special. Sprinkles for you.
And can I have candles on as well?
No,
Oh, yeah.
it isn't your birthday.
It's not my birthday. Still though, sprinkles on blue. Come on, that's pretty good. And because I am so nice, I will share mine with you. Yeah.
Oh, that is nice. You are nice.
Yeah.
Let's share.
Let's share as.
Mm.
Oh, yum.
Ooh.
Is it good?
Mm.
Can I have some? Oh, I can't get it.
The cake is a lie.
Oh.
I don't even remember how I did that technically.
I was about to ask.
It involved shooting everything twice and us both just having to not physically move. and
Mhm.
sometimes we were both there, and the cake and because you see, it's obvious when I'm talking, the cake just changes. I'm not in the same physical space as the cake, and then I go and cut the cake. So I am
Yep.
in the same physical space as it, and it's kind of obvious that I suddenly cut to close-ups that
Yeah.
it was too hard to then make it disappear for AZ. So
And there were at some points you could tell like where the cuts in the layout were, but
yeah,
yeah, it
yeah,
was it's funny. I wanna like tip my glass to Kirsten for the botanicals in this gin
yeah,
are particularly fresh and
for putting us
damn, it's
on to it.
tasty.
And yes, and as I did
Mm.
mention before, you being someone who enjoys a sip on vodka occasionally, if the vodka's on special, particularly
Yeah.
it is a nice tasting vodka. None of that fucking paint stripper taste that some dodgy vodkas
Oh,
have.
yeah.
And it's
Faux shizzle.
faux shizzle. So I'm hanging out for the fundamental whiskey to come out
Oh.
this year. A competitively priced Australian whiskey, I say yes.
Mm.
Because basically the only one that competes with the big international brands is Twofold if it's on special.
Yeah. So I'm just checking my print. I've got
Yeah,
something
that's
else
fair.
printing.
Um,
I've got another
Safa,
Gridfinity printing.
I don't want to be too disparaging of Channel 31, but more people probably saw it on YouTube than would see it if it was on Channel 31.
Yeah, that's what's happening with TV. That's what happened to MTV in like
Oh yeah,
this
yeah.
decade. More people watch YouTube than MTV, and that's how
Yeah.
MTV is like declined so much.
Yeah.
Like
So
that and other reasons.
that
of course,
video, it's not one of my most viewed, but it has been viewed 7,500 times. I don't think 7,500 people would see something that was broadcast on Channel 31. So not to be too disparaging of Channel 31,
yeah.
but you know, like. Speaking of which, just mentioning Twofold, I'm gonna make myself a drink with Twofold because I have an extra bottle. Because I was going things I bought because they were on special, even though Twofold was one of them. I realized I had an extra bottle of it, so I might as well make something.
Cool.
And Jude, 90s
Jude,
MTV.
I disagree with
Yeah.
that. They had that by the end of the 2010s.
Yeah.
They had basically had it.
Yeah.
The 90s was their heyday. That was their peak during the 90s
Yeah.
because the kids didn't have phones.
Yes.
The 2000s was MTV trying to play catch up and resorting to reality TV.
Yeah, they had one or two successful reality shows, so then they just flipped it to all be that.
Yes. And they invented reality TV. Let's give them credit.
Yeah,
But
what were the Road Rules and
no, it was what was it? Was it Jersey Shore? No, it was Reality Bites or so. Oh no, there was a show with the name Reality in it.
there
where they just
people in a shared house.
Yeah, that was it, and it was the first reality, the real life. Thank you, Kirsten.
The real life, that's it. Yes.
The real life, yes, Kirsten. Usually it's Megalechin with the answers, but no, this time it was Kirsten, and that was the first reality TV show.
Yeah.
And then the 2010s, they were still popular. MTV was still popular.
Yeah.
But it was Jackass and Wild Boys and
Yeah.
just all this shite and nothing to do with music anymore.
Yeah.
And now Gen Z is all about fucking YouTube and Instagram, and they don't watch TV.
It's like I sound like I'm trying to be a hipster when I say to people, I don't watch broadcast TV. I basically never go, oh, there's a show on at 8:30. I have to sit down and watch it. I do not.
Can I show you my TV?
Yes, please.
This is my TV.
Oh, yay. Yes.
It's a digital decoder that plugs into an aerial socket.
Yeah.
And I bought it to watch the cricket.
Nice.
Because you can't stream the cricket, but it's on free to air. Fuck knows why they do that, but yeah, if you want to watch the cricket, you've got to watch it on TV.
Yeah.
Megaleech, you are like 5 minutes late. What the hell?
MTV's the real world, yeah.
Okay, you're a minute late.
But was basically real world people doing road trips. But yeah, real world.
Okay, Suffer. How the hell do you stream the cricket from next year? Oh, okay.
From next year, okay.
From
there
what?
There
From
is the streaming sports thing, KO. Yes.
Oh, I don't want to pay for fucking.
You don't want to
streaming.
pay for it. No.
Fuck that. And I really only want to watch the Aussies play. As fun as the IPL is.
Yeah.
I'm not really into the IPL, so I really only watch international cricket.
Yeah.
It's a new deal for year 7 plus. What? For new year 7 plus.
That's Channel 7's streaming thing, I think.
New year 7. Oh, okay. Sure. Anyway, I'm going to plug my TV back in.
I don't know. When I watched Resident Alien on Channel 9 streaming stuff, it was just non-stop gambling ads shoved into it.
Yeah.
Like in one ad break, 3 different gambling ads for 3 different gambling things came on. And it's like, okay, this is fucking ridiculous.
Yep. Oh, my hair is pissing me off.
Mimsy's pissing me off. You can't jump up there. What are you doing?
Just go over there. Warnie once, but didn't recognize. How can you not recognize Warnie?
Depends how much blow he'd done the night before. He might have been like super bloated in space.
Yeah, true.
It's kind of like when he died suddenly in Southeast Asia. Okay, so he wasn't face down in an actual bucket of cocaine when you found him. Okay, I believe you. But also, I'm okay with family wanting a nicer story. I can think of like Michael Hutchence. There were the 2 competing narratives. He committed suicide, or it was an accidental death when he was doing autoerotic asphyxiation. Now, his then wife, who I think felt like suicide would reflect poorly on her, wanted it to be an accidental death from autoerotic asphyxiation. She's going like, we were into that. The family, on the other hand, were going, as tragic as suicide is, it's not as weird and fucked up as autoerotic asphyxiation. So the official finding was actually suicide. Whether that was what really happened, I'm on board with the family going, can we just not? Could we just not? It's very difficult to deal with. Heine, I get what you were saying. Warnie was actually taller than you expected. And that's YouTube did this to people as well. No, YouTube, 99% of the videos, you're at eye level with the person you're watching. So consciously or subconsciously, you form the opinion if you ever talked to this person, you would be eye to eye to them because that's how you relate to them. And over the years on YouTube, I've met people who are a fucking foot taller than me and people who are a foot shorter than me. And it's trippy every time because your interaction with them has been we're looking each other directly in the eye, and then you meet them in real life and they're taller or shorter. And so I absolutely get what you're saying about being thrown, meeting Warney, and he was just so much taller. It wasn't what you were expecting. Yeah. Oh, nice.
fair.
Jude, you've got season 1 of Resident Alien. I watched the first 2 seasons. Pretty good show. I like it a lot.
I just finished binge watching Peacemaker today.
Oh god, that is so silly. That is so much fun. That
It's so
show.
good.
It's so silly.
You're a bit late, dickheads.
Oh yeah, when all the celebrities
right at the
appeared.
end.
That was hilarious.
Yeah.
That was
When the
so
actual
funny.
Justice League turned up.
Yep, that was so funny.
Yeah. But they only could afford Henry Cavill wasn't there. And
Henry Cavill wasn't
Gal
there.
Gadot.
No.
Gal Gadot wasn't there. It was
Yeah.
just the Aquaman and the Flash, but
Yeah.
that was so funny.
It was very funny. Also, when I went to watch it because it was on the streaming service, going, "Ugh, I haven't watched the Suicide Squad yet," and by definition, this is going to have spoilers. It sure did. The first bit of it was summarizing the Suicide Squad for you, and I was like, I knew that was going to happen.
Yep.
But then
Still,
I finally
you should watch the Suicide Squad.
The Suicide Squad is good. I did eventually watch it, and there was the hilarious post-credits bit with the characters who were all from the series, just with him in the hospital bed going, "God, we've been given this job as punishment, definitely." That was a lot of the stuff with the human v alien on Resident Evil is good. Yes, if it affected humans as much as it
what
affected
is
him,
this show?
It's Alan Tudyk, the guy who is the pilot in Firefly. He
Leaf on the Wind. Yes.
Yeah, it's a sitcom where basically he's an alien and he lands on Earth and kills some guy and takes his form. And I think it's like multiple puns with Resident Alien, as in, a foreign citizen, but also the guy who's taken over is a doctor, and there's that name for a certain level of doctor resident in the hospital.
Yep, resident.
But it's pretty funny. I just barely tolerated the ads on Channel 9's streaming service for it. But I don't recommend it. The ads are horrible. Safa, I was specific. The first movie is just called Suicide Squad. The second one is called The Suicide Squad. I don't hate the original Suicide Squad, but The Suicide Squad is orders of magnitude better.
Well, Suicide Squad, the first one, suffered from being two movies being squashed in together.
Yeah.
It was rewritten and fucked with, and it was a mess.
Basically, also the director wasn't as good as the guy who does the Suicide Squad.
And
Suicide Squad was Zack Snyder.
Jared Leto can
he sucks so hard.
I fucking hate him so much.
Every single story about him, he's a fucking prick of a human. Just doing stupid shit like, being awful to the rest of the cast because that's what the Joker would do. And it's like, dude, you're an actor. You're not the character. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. And even when he's not acting,
he's an asshole.
He's just an asshole.
He's got some weird sex cult on an island.
Of course he does.
He's actually a fucking cult leader. He has got some fucking weird sex cult on an island. And I haven't watched Morbius either, Safa.
I have not watched Morbius.
So I might subject myself to it because everyone says it's fucking terrible. And I think it might just be really funny to watch a real...
I can't believe that the studio got trolled so hard into doing a second release of it
That
in the
was yes.
cinemas.
For those who
Oh.
missed it, everyone
Oh.
online, it became really memed. And mostly the joke was, oh, my favorite bit of Morbius was when he said, "It's Morbin time."
Is that an actual quote from the movie?
No.
Okay.
It isn't.
Glad.
And basically, the studio thought the fact that everyone was memeing it because it sucked so hard meant people were into it, and they actually re-released it into cinemas. No one went. It was
No one.
they were making fun of it because it was terrible.
Yeah, it was bad.
It was bad. I haven't watched. I will probably subject myself to it because I want to just know firsthand. Oh yeah, James Gunn. I really like. I kind of like, from what I've seen, I like James Gunn as a person too, because he professed various left-wing things. So psychopathic right-wing people in the US gotta cancel him, and they found old tweets where he made essentially pedophile jokes. And because he was working for Disney, because Marvel's Disney. Oh, Disney, you promoting pedophilia? So Disney dropped him, and James Gunn never publicly protested. He just, in all the interviews, he says, "You know what? It's their right. They've got a thing to protect. The stuff that happened online is bullshit. But Disney, they're just looking at things in there." And then he went off and worked for Warner's and was really successful. And over a period of 6 to 12 months, various execs at Disney went, "We got played by these right-wing fuckwits, didn't we?" And they went, "Yeah." And so they've spent a couple of years begging James Gunn to come back, do another.
Well, there's a new
Guardians
of the Galaxy movie coming
Their
out.
Christmas
soon.
special was actually funny. Did you watch it?
No.
There was a Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special. It's like 45 minutes long or something.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are various pirates sailing in various bays. You get, but
Okay.
it was the Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special, which was, kind of like a weird punny reference to the notorious Star Wars holiday special.
Oh. I see.
Because the opening thing is Marvel's special presentation and very 70s looking graphics.
Awesome.
But
I'm looking it up now.
Pretty funny. The Dave Bautista character is trying to give Star-Lord the best Christmas ever, even though they don't understand Christmas. And so they're going to go to Earth and kidnap Kevin Bacon because Star-Lord reveres Kevin Bacon. But there's this very early bit where these aliens are talking to him and talking to Star-Lord and saying, like, we've got these Earth instruments, like electric guitars. They're like a band. And they're like, okay, so we know you're into Christmas and we looked up the Earth things and we know, and they do this ridiculous song of aliens having misconceptions about Christmas. It's actually a really good song. It should be an annual Christmas song. It's a really jamming song. But it is basically, it's very silly and is very funny. Again, Dave Bautista is just fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And my favorite thing, like, he read interviews with him when the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie. He was so nervous because everyone else was, an actor, and he was like a wrestling guy trying to get into it. And they were all really helpful. And he's going like, I'm really worried, like, it won't be funny. And they went, what you have to do is never try to be funny. How we've set you up, you just do everything dead straight. You are never, ever trying to be funny. And that will be hilarious. And it fucking is. He is just, again, you look at his character and you're just like, ooh, that dude's on the spectrum. He's an alien on the spectrum. And but he just plays everything right. And yes, Mega Leech, Glass Onion, the Knives Out.
What's
Knives Out?
I don't know what
so
they are.
Rian Johnson, the guy who did the second of the more recent Star Wars movie, which is no argument will be broached, the best of the new trilogy, which is not actually a high bar, but he did a movie a couple of years ago called Knives Out, which is a murder mystery that has Daniel Craig mysteriously having a Southern dandy accent, a Southern US dandy accent as a detective. It was my favorite movie of that year. It was pre-COVID, and it was my favorite movie of that year. And Netflix paid for a pretty high budget sequel called Glass Onion, which is really good. And what was super funny, renowned stupid person Ben Shapiro didn't understand it at all. Like, but they said things, it was like a murder mystery. They said things that weren't true. There was a misdirection in it. It's like,
What?
dude.
Oh my god.
Hello, micro USB. How you doing?
Oh my god.
But yes,
Well,
and so
the seas are particularly calm at the
Yeah.
moment.
Oh, good.
In this bay.
Good.
And there are pirates here.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm throwing in the Christmas special.
Just saying.
Also, Knives Out and Glass Onion would be worth it as well. But again, Daniel Craig doing this super camp Southern dandy accent is fucking hilarious. But also, it is, it's they are both great twisty, turny detective murder mystery things.
Okay.
Very entertaining.
Are they comedy as well, or just murder mysteries?
They're very funny. They're both very funny.
Okay. Because I'm not usually a fan of just a straight murder mystery unless there's an angle to it. If it's sci-fi or if it's comedy or if it's
no. This is a really funny murder mystery, and again, the characters are so good. All the actors who play all the roles are just super good, and just the structure of both movies is very good. The structure of both movies is incredibly different. It's very good. Yes, Megaly, they have layers like an onion, a glass onion, possibly.
Well,
yes.
I just happened to go ashore in the bay and managed to find booty.
Oh, good.
So I will be watching Knives Out soon.
Booty. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but that's some fun viewing. And
now I'm going to eat a cookie.
Oh, those cookies. Okay, I actually have some. I might get one. I have some very different cookies. Oh yeah. So if we could get in endless arguments about those, the last Star Wars trilogy. The only time I will ever argue with anyone if they say Rise of Skywalker wasn't complete shit, because it fucking was.
It was so bad.
It was ridiculous. And again, literally, according to Star Wars canon, Rey is a Sith now, because she struck down the Emperor in anger. That's like the central bit of the original trilogy. If you do that, you are giving in to anger, and the dark side will take you. She strikes down the Emperor in anger, in rage. She's a fucking Sith. Honestly, but if they rolled with that, if they made some more movies where Rey had gone Sith, I'd be down for it. Because there were those sort of dream sequences where she saw herself as a Sith, and she fucking rocked, quite honestly.
I don't know about that double lightsaber thing that she had as a Sith, though. That
they were just trying to come up with something. Because
the whole thing was crap.
Yeah, it was. It was just terrible. It was a blatant misunderstanding. And I will never really understand how the people behind it did not have a cohesive idea for the trilogy. Because they got Rian Johnson in, and he did a fucking killer job as far as I'm concerned. And he set up a whole bunch of really interesting things. And they just went, oh, I don't think we'll do any of that in the third one. And it's like, oh my fucking God. Who the fuck makes decisions like that? Honestly.
Not only that, but they actually, they got George Lucas had stories ready to go ideas of where he wanted his story to go,
Yeah.
and Disney just said nah and threw it all away.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Which is
they've
just ugh,
made
like,
some poor
why
decisions.
wouldn't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
It is my honest and correct opinion
Yeah.
that the prequel trilogy is by far the superior.
The prequel trilogy is better than Rise of Skywalker.
The
Not
prequel
even
trilogy is better than the original trilogy
Oh,
and the sequels.
that is an interesting and quite honestly unhinged take, and I will be referring you to some mental health services as a it's like as my friend she needs to, and they go, what's this? She's had some depression, she's had some, she also thinks the prequels are the best Star Wars, and they go, oh my god, we have to get to her now.
I look, it's I will die on this hill, but it is
Yeah.
like a very valid, and I can back it up with law and
Sure.
passion, with argument, why the prequels are objectively better.
Yeah.
But sure, if you like the sequels, I guess.
think
but Rise of
like-
Skywalker is garbage. Is just utter
oh god, it's just terrible. I like
garbage.
I said hello, Micro, by the way.
Yeah, he said hello.
I tell you what, why I am an unashamed fan of is the battle scenes in the prequels. I think all the battle scenes in the prequels fucking kick ass. They were brilliant.
Yeah.
I love them. The land battles, the space battles, they were all great. I love them all. Sorry, I just had a flash. I remember seeing a video on YouTube of oh god, sorry, I haven't had that much drink, and I'm forgetting major Padme in the bit in the
Padme.
arena where she jumps off the thing and lands on the thing. It's like
oh yeah,
Padme taking 600 psi impact straight to the coochie.
Well, you know, they're built to last, as the great Betty White said. You know, like I don't know why people say like you have balls when balls are so fragile. Have you ever been kicked in the vagina? Those things can take pounding.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a whole
But
thing.
yeah, look, I'm not saying the prequels aren't without fault. Clearly, the dialogue is awful.
That's literally
George
what I
Lucas-
was going to pick on, the dialogue.
The dialogue is atrocious, and George Lucas should never have been a director, but he's a genius storyteller.
He has great stories, and I don't know if
Yes.
he's ever talked to a girl in his life. I watched those.
Married.
Yeah, I know. I just don't know if he's ever talked to her.
He's a nerd. He's a film nerd. Leave
Because
him alone.
all the romance scenes, I'm just watching them going.
Have
you ever talked to a girl? What is this?
Yeah, I know. They're a bit flat.
But yeah, I mean, honestly,
I get it.
And I'll say it again: the battle scenes, I fucking loved them. I thought they were incredible. I thought they were really well executed.
Oh God, suffer.
Okay, it's like what's a better fruit, an apple or an orange? You can't compare them.
Well, I mean,
different things.
Obviously, it's an orange. But like as Colbert will point out, you can use an apple to eat peanut butter with.
Yeah,
but I don't even like peanut butter.
So that's where that falls down. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Horses for Courses. George Lucas was yeah. How do you like? They're both awesome.
Yeah, but they're doing different things
in different ways. Like and from different. Tolkien was technical and deliberate and like had a huge imagination and spent his entire life building this story.
Yes.
Whereas George Lucas built an epic space opera. and
Built off the
made other
Saturday
things
morning
too.
spirit.
He did fucking Indiana Jones and
Yeah, yeah,
shit,
it's
like
a whole thing.
yeah. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Like it. If I was gun to my head, I would say Tolkien, but
Yeah, as Michael said, Lucas isn't writing thick ass books with deep lore behind them.
deep lore. Yeah, exactly.
Lucas is a good surface level storyteller. Tolkien is a much stronger world builder.
Yeah, and like when you read Lord of the Rings, you don't see that lore on the surface, but you can feel that it has a foundation of that
You can
lore.
feel the depth of it.
Yeah, like it is solid. You cannot pick it apart.
Sorry,
unless like I mean, you could go forever into like who the hell is Tom Bombadil? Fucking do Balrogs have wings? He left a lot of things open to interpretation. But you find a plot hole. I dare you.
I had a flash to there was well, actually, it wasn't limited to the 70s, but it was particularly bad in the 70s to have fantasy paintings of women wearing chainmail bikinis, basically with their butt hanging out. And there's a meme I saw online, someone's version of Eowyn, and she's wearing like a chainmail bikini and her butt's hanging out and her boobs are out. I know, which makes no sense because her whole thing was she blended
herself.
in with the men. So someone did this meme. They go, okay, so according to canon, she could dress like that and not be noticed. All the men were dressed like that, and so the thunderous sound as the Rohirrim rode into battle was not the hooves of their horses; it was the clapping of their butt cheeks as they rode.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh God, Howard the Duck. I've not sat through Howard the Duck, which was a spectacular failure.
I watched that when I was young, and I
watched a bit of it recently, and I think possibly if you got extremely high, you might appreciate that movie because it's got some astoundingly silly jokes, but silly in the best way. It's just like bits of it are just so phenomenally ridiculous. You're sitting there going, okay, was this the 80s? Were mountains of cocaine involved in these decisions?
I love that Howard the Duck was in the battle at the end of Endgame,
he was
Endgame.
in the Avengers movies.
The big battle. Yeah. I love that he was there.
Because he was in the Guardians of the Galaxy thing where they found the collector and whatnot. Howard the Duck was in one of the glass
cases. He was in the stinger at the end. A post-credit scene. And
he came back.
In a blink and you miss it, single frame moment, he was right there in the front line with the Avengers fighting Thanos.
So, Micro, Howard the Duck was a weird Marvel comic from the 70s when they were just being very strange. And Spielberg actually made a Howard the Duck movie, which is terrible.
It was pretty kind of awful.
But I feel like if you were high enough, you might appreciate it. Like I watched probably the first half hour of it. I don't know, sometime in the last couple of years because it's on, and I'm just like, what the fuck? I mean, I know 70s and 80s Hollywood was awash with cocaine, but I'm not sure that explains this. And yes, good call, Jude. They possibly tried to make too serious and normally structured a film when it was just a ridiculous satire.
What was this? Howard the Duck?
Howard the Duck. Oh, Micro. Okay. No, it's not worse than the Star Wars Christmas. That defies description. I think you can get that on Disney Plus now. George Lucas wanted to hide it for decades, and now you can just watch it.
No way.
Because
I would
there's a
I
whole
would
bit
go
where
as
the
so
first 15,
far.
20 minutes is Wookiees doing Wookiee talk with no captions. It's just,
Yep.
and it's just like,
Yep.
okay.
And if you can get far enough into it, because it is inherently unwatchable.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous.
You get to the bit where Leia and Han are singing, and Han is just fucking phoning it in. He is done with this shit. He does not want to be there. And it's just, oh, it's painful to watch. I would go so far as to say it is worse than The Room.
In a very special way, it is, yes.
Yeah, like
If I remember
I
rightly,
sat through the entirety of The Room. I
good
could
going.
not sit through the Christmas special.
Yeah. If I remember rightly, it was actually made like before Empire Strikes Back. It was basically made before they had a contract for a sequel. So it was like a cash grab. We've got to maximize how much money we
Okay.
make out of Star Wars because it might be gone. If I remember rightly, it was made before The Empire Strikes Back.
I don't know.
Yeah. Because it was literally, we don't know if we're ever going to get anywhere with this. They were licensing everything under the sun, and all the cast were like contractually obliged to be in there and did not want to be there.
Yeah. And Jude, what's Leah Thompson got to do with the Star Wars Christmas special?
Is that the Star Wars Christmas special?
Or are we talking about a different
or Howard the
movie
Duck?
here?
I don't even remember what we're talking about.
Is she in Howard the Duck?
I think it's on Disney Plus. Which was hilarious because George Lucas tried to scrub it from existence for decades, and now I think it's just on Disney Plus, along with those terrible.
Yeah,
Ewok
he tried
cartoons.
so hard to get rid of all traces of the holiday Christmas special.
And there was a period where you could get it on YouTube, and Lucasfilm would keep sending takedown orders.
Yeah, and there was even a nod to it in a Weird Al Yankovic clip, video clip, where it's in White and Nerdy, the song White and Nerdy.
Oh right, okay, yep.
And he's in an alleyway giving money to a drug dealer. The drug dealer gives him a brown paper bag, and inside is the Star Wars Christmas special.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's such a nerdy reference. Only Weird Al could do that.
Yeah. How to watch Star Wars Holiday Special. Is it on Disney Plus? Fuck. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, shit. She was in Howard the Duck.
There
Leah Thompson was in Howard the Duck. Damn.
Sorry, it's just the number of websites that now refuse to let you go on them if you're using an ad blocker is...
Oh, is that because you're using Chrome?
Yeah.
See, that you got it's 2023. You got to stop using Chrome if you're using an ad blocker.
Yeah, I'm using multiple browsers. I was just looking something up on Chrome.
Oh, okay. I've stopped using Chrome completely now. I'm
Fair
all
enough.
Firefox, and everything just works now. It's so good.
All right, I'm just looking it up again.
Also, how fucking gorgeous is Leah Thompson? Like,
fairly gorgeous.
Like, at every age she has been in every movie, she's fucking stunning.
Okay, I'm reading articles now saying it's not on Disney Plus, but I swear to fuck, I saw it on Disney Plus at some point. Although, I don't know.
Okay.
Who the hell knows?
Micro, I think DuckDuckGo, the browser, is based off Chrome.
Yeah, I don't know.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know.
definitely
I
don't
use
know.
DuckDuckGo, but the search engine on Firefox.
Yeah, I only know it as a search engine. Yeah.
Yeah, but they do have a browser, but I think it's based off Chrome. And as for memory, Firefox doesn't use even like barely any of. I have like, okay, I have at the moment. Okay, this is really embarrassing.
Yeah.
But currently, I have 284 tabs open.
Oh my god!
Because I have a plugin for Firefox that shows all my tabs.
Yeah.
And yeah, I've got, and thank you, Bumfungus. I appreciate that. And Firefox is only using 2 gig of RAM.
Okay.
284, 6th of Jan, 2023.
Mark it down.
Yeah, like Chrome would be grinding my computer to a halt right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Firefox is it's using 4% of my CPU only because of this stream.
Yeah.
It's using 2 gig of RAM, probably just for the same reason, this stream.
Yeah.
And I mean, sure, it's not lightweight, but it's nowhere near the bloatware that Chrome is nowadays.
Yeah. Okay. So Megaleech
maybe that's just because my computer is specced out and yeah.
Megaleech's search says not available. Again, I don't know if I am mistaken or if it was available and then they made it not available, but I swear to God, I saw it on Disney Plus.
Okay.
So
Jude, I'm using a PC, which is a computer, not a Mac.
Sorry.
I don't use Macs. I prefer to use computers.
Yeah.
Hashtag PC Master Race. Yeah. I'm sorry. Macs are computers, I guess. So I don't even have a console. I built my own. I build my own PCs. So
even if Disney doesn't have the holiday special, I think they have the equally embarrassing Ewok cash grabs on there.
Oh, I remember watching the fucking Caravan of Courage as a kid. And
that's the good one.
That's the good. Yeah, I know. And
there are worse ones.
And I was like, what the fuck am I watching? There is vaguely threads of Star Wars in this, but not much. Yeah. And did not like it.
Of the various Ewok cash grabs, Caravan of Courage is the one with integrity. So there was another, there was at least one more live action movie, and there was an animated series, which was fucking abominable.
Oh, I got to find out what the Geo Metro is, Micro.
Yeah, it's obvious. That's obviously an American car that we're not familiar with.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, could you measure out a cookie? I want to get a cookie. Can I have something up here? What have I got?
There was a convertible version of the Geo Metro.
That's two different ones.
Geo Metro. It was a Suzuki Cultus in North America. Right. Yeah, we didn't have them here.
I'm doing this, so I'll come back here. All right.
It was available in the 80s. Heine, I use a plugin called Sideberry. May I share my screen for a tab?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, there's a song here. I remember a song called "It Was Acceptable in the '80s." Wow.
Okay, so this is one window,
Yeah.
one window, and this is oh, where's my mouse? This is Sideberry, and this is the tab count here. I don't know if you can read it, but it says 286, and I've got oh, we're in the way. Everyone's in the way, but I've got like a few other windows open.
Okay.
So, yeah. So this is a list of all the tabs I've got open on
Oh my
this
God.
window.
Mhm.
And then I've got another tab. This is bookmarks menu. This is all the
Mhm.
bookmarks, which I like having on the side. It's nice and handy there. And then I've got another plugin called One Tab, where I can close a window with like this button up here, and
Mhm.
it just puts it into like a group here, and then I can
Yeah.
like restore them all and brings them all back. And as you can see, I've been collecting them. I should
Mhm.
really delete, because like I've got a whole bunch of Thingiverse stuff here that I don't even use Thingiverse anymore. Like this is all my oh, what was this even for? Created November. I think that was like I was turning my computer off and need to save it. And
Right.
I've got a bunch of D&D links somewhere. And yeah, stuff like that. So groups for different purposes. I've got another window open here. This is that honeycomb storage wall thing that I've,
Oh yes,
I've
yes, yes,
been
yes.
making. So this is the concept.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I've got like multiple windows open. This is Gridfinity that I was telling you about. So
Mhm.
yeah, you can like have different blah 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 blahs. But yeah, Sideberry is good for keeping track of what tabs you have open, and I think Firefox, if you haven't used a tab for a while,
Mhm.
it just shuts it. It just turfs it out of memory. I think it's got really good
Yeah.
memory management, because some of these are grayed out and some
Right.
of these are not grayed out. Like this page here was not
Yeah.
grayed out, but this page was grayed out. And when I click on it, it loads it. And I have open in another window, Task Manager. I'll just dock it up here. And yeah, like it bumped up. Oh, memory use went below 2 gig for a bit, but it's obviously using a fairly high amount of power. But I think that's because I'm streaming all of this.
All right.
What else? Oh, yeah, all this is out of memory, except for, say, this crochet project I'm currently working on
Uh-huh.
that I'm making. So yeah, like it's all pretty good at memory management.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, Firefox. Plus, and the whole reason why I switched to Firefox in the first place, and I was fine with Chrome. I'm gonna stop sharing now.
Mhm.
Like I was okay with Chrome. It was working. I had all my my bookmarks there. It it is a memory hog. It's awful. It's bloatware. Heine, yes, your Chrome is using 6.5 gigabytes. Yeah, mine would have been using about the same. But when they decided to update I forget the technicals behind it, but they've updated a plugin API or a plugin mechanic that ad blockers rely on.
Mhm.
And the whole point of doing that was to nerf ad blockers, because Chrome, owned by Google, relies on ad revenue. And if they're not getting ad revenue, especially on YouTube, then why bother, you know, like
Mm.
that's their revenue stream. So they wanted to nerf ad blockers.
Yeah.
So they updated this technology. Ad blockers can no longer use it and don't work as well. Firefox, on the other hand, don't rely on any ad revenue. So they don't give a fuck. Ad blockers work just fine. And that's why I
That makes
switched. Yeah. And I'm finding it just runs way smoother. Like Firefox is just on point.
On my main computer, I have multiple browsers because I'm logged into different YouTube accounts on.
I
different
have
browsers.
on Firefox, I have a plugin called multi-account containers that lets you do that with the one browser.
Oh, I probably should look into that.
So you can, any website, you can open up a container and it gives you a fresh login page as if you're a new login.
Okay. All right, I should probably look into that.
I also have a button for dark mode. I have a plugin for like anti-tracker. I have a LastPass plugin.
Yeah.
Yike.
Which you might not use as much.
Yeah, I'm going to stop relying on that. So what do I use now? Because I have a ton of really random passwords. So, I mean, Chrome has stored them all. But do I trust Chrome? Sorry, Firefox has stored them all. Like, where is that secure?
Well, you know, it's the big prize. It's like major criminal enterprises are putting all of their resources into cracking these things.
Yeah. So I just finished printing this little 1x1 Gridfinity bin. It's got a little thing for a label, and it's got a scoop at the bottom where you can just pick things out. So yeah, I'm gonna print a bunch of these for different size screws. And I've got my 3D printer sitting on a office drawers on wheels. And I'm going to line the top drawer with the Gridfinity base and put a whole bunch of bins in it with all my screws. Like I've got different size screws, like all the metric screws and nuts and different types of like hex and Phillips head heads and so I need a bunch of bins for that. And this only took an hour to print. It would be even less if I switched to a larger nozzle size, I think.
Okay.
So I might do that. Anyway, this was kind of a test print because I don't know if you can see the overhang there is really rough. Oh, there we go. You can.
Yeah, that looks a bit rough. Yeah,
that overhead is way too rough. And I think it's got to do with the temperature. This one was even rougher, and I've had to like file it down. Camera, jeez. But I dialed the temperature down a little bit in the hopes that it would help out. But I'm kind of at the lower limit of what this plastic will melt at.
Okay.
And it's certainly a lot better. Like this requires no post-processing at all. It just fits right in. But it's still a bit rough. So I'm actually pretty happy with that. Sorry, I'm just like geeking out.
Oh, that's 3D printing really fascinates me. So
yeah, really want to get a resin printer as well.
Okay.
But they can cost a bit of money.
Yeah. Got to wait till like one of us wins lotto. So
There it is again, that lotto. And I
sorry,
think I should
Micro,
up
you're
my.
getting jealous of my chips. It's like you can tell it's late. I've had a few drinks. And I should eat some chips.
I think I need to increase the number of horizontal perimeters, top surface layers. So I'm getting some artifacts in there.
Okay.
Anyway, just kind of musing to myself.
Yes.
You wanted to chip.
I'm looking forward to the
But
future
I'm
of
tired now.
sort of flawless sugar and chocolate printing. Just coming up with any
Chocolate
shape.
printing is really hard.
Yeah, it exists, but it's challenging, is what I understand.
So the challenge is the material, the chocolate.
Yeah.
Because there's barely any margin of like the temperature margins are so slim, and it needs a controlled environment to do it in, and it's technically challenging. But last I heard, there were these uni students who were on their second version prototype that could actually print stuff. Linus Tech Tips did a review and actually printed a bunch of chocolate dick butts and ate them.
I think I have actually seen that. Yes.
Yeah, but it was a prototype, and it was like really technically challenging. Much longer. I'm slowly getting tireder and tireder.
Yeah,
So I'm not going
it
to
might
last very
serve
much
me
longer.
well to retire as well, rather than wipe
I
myself up.
have a date tomorrow. How weird is that?
So do I, and I don't want to be tired and grumpy.
Yeah, but you're married, like.
But we still.
I'm like.
Make a point. Yeah, I know it's a bigger deal for you. I fully
hopelessly single, like forever.
I fully agree. It's a much bigger deal for you. So.
Yes, thank you, Megaleech. hoping that the lovely Miss Abigail and I will have a very lovely evening playing board games, and maybe even a bit of special kissy time.
A bit of how's your father? Sorry.
Let's not go too far, okay? Still early days.
All right.
Some light hand holding and some kissy time is about all I can handle right now.
All right. So maybe
I don't even want to take my call. Yeah. Let's
retire for the evening.
Good night, everyone.
I said we'll be date night tomorrow night. All things being equal, probably do a stream on Sunday night. So
Grasshopper just in with the. We're about to head off, Grasshopper. Sorry.
yeah, no.
I'm so tired right now. I quit. I'm on like past 3 weeks of caffeine free. Like I'm like doing really well with that kicking goals, but sorry, Grasshopper, we're heading off.
Another time, Ridgy Didge.
Good night.
See you all another time. Hope you all take care. Go and bye for now.